We'll get started in just a few minutes. Mr. Salt, are you on the phone?
I am here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It's 5:04 p.m., September 26th, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Oh, don't do that. Just leave it. Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Assembly Chair Constant.
Here.
Assembly Vice Chair Zolotel.
Here.
Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Assemblymember Voland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Salt.
Here?
Assemblymember Perez Verdia.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Johnson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I'd be honored. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Zolotel, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Of course. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Next, we have item 4 on the agenda, minutes of previous meetings. We have item 4A, regular meeting, July 11, 2023. Item 4B, regular meeting, July 25, 2023. 4C, regular meeting, August 8, 2023. 4D, special meeting, August 15, 2023. And I'd like to celebrate the clerk staff for getting us caught up through August, which is the first time in a long, long time. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of those meetings.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion from Ms. Zolotel, a second from Ms. Brawley. I would like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is adopted unanimously. Next, Mr. Mayor, the Mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to see everyone here tonight. Last week, under my direction, the Anchorage Municipality joined 16 other cities in signing on to the International Municipal Lawyers Association amicus brief supporting a petition asking the U.S. Supreme Court to grant review in the case of City of Grants Pass versus Johnson. The amicus brief urges the court to clarify that state and local governments can and should be able to take reasonable action to address their local homelessness crises. The ruling of Martin versus Boise legally prevents us from being able to clean up our parks and public lands unless we have adequate shelter, setting the precedent that shelter is the solution to homelessness. However, the homelessness crisis is a complex issue that requires a complex solution, and the Ninth Circuit's decisions have paralyzed our ability to address this crisis in places where it is most severe. I want to thank Municipal Attorney Ann Helzer for all of her hard work in researching this brief. Several hours were spent reviewing the pleadings and the excerpt of the record to determine if this brief was beneficial for the municipality to join, and through thorough research and concluded that it was. I am hopeful that as we continue to strategize our homelessness solutions, the Supreme Court will review this brief and provide clarity on local government authority in handling their own homelessness crises. Tonight, I'm introducing a proposed code change along with Assemblymember Bronga and Assemblymember Salt that will reinstate failure to appear as a Class B misdemeanor. This change will return our code to pre-SB 91 status to help protect the public and ensure that those that those who are required to appear before the court are held accountable. SB 91 was repealed by the legislature in 2019 and signed into law by the governor after it was determined it did not have the desired result of increased safety for our residents. This code change is good for Anchorage and still retains the discretion of judges, but puts criminals on notice that failure to appear for a court hearing, either in person or virtually, is no longer acceptable. Now, many of us are aware of the recent news that Albertsons and Kroger are merging. I, along with our federal delegation, Anchorage Assembly, and constituents, are concerned about the possible negative effects this could have on food security here in Anchorage and Alaska. I understand that tonight the Assembly is set to vote on a resolution calling for the Federal Trade Commission to block the merger. While I don't think a complete block is necessary, I do believe that the Federal Trade Commission should look at this proposal through a very critical lens and should take the concerns of Alaskans seriously. For the first time since the Office of Federal Transit Administration was created in 1964, the FTA administrator visited Anchorage. I met with Administrator Nuria Fernandez, as I did in D.C. earlier this year, and I was able to discuss Anchorage's public transportation program, provide her with an update on our transportation fleet replacement, and discuss some critical support we need from the federal government. The municipality has seen firsthand the implications of having a CDL driver shortage. And now, in addition to the shortage of drivers, the cost to get a CDL has gone up exponentially. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration announced a $48 million grant award to increase commercial drivers' license training opportunities to include Anchorage. I've asked for a direct contact at FMCSA to see how Anchorage can utilize this grant so we can get more licensed commercial drivers on the road. I was also able to share the success of Public Transit Route 85, which is a pilot route funded by a federal grant, and it has been highly successful. Sustaining our public transit system remains to be a priority of mine. We are in the process of upgrading our aging public transit fleet, and we have a lot more work to do. I've asked the FTA to help secure federal funding for these projects, and I hope they act on my request. Lastly, I'd like to provide a brief update on downtown Anchorage. Mike Robbins, Director of Anchorage Community Development Authority, has shared that Anchorage downtown parking has been up consistently since last year. Just last week, he reported that parking was up 18% compared to the same time last year. This is great news for the city and for downtown business owners. And this year, Anchorage will again be participating in the City of a Million Lights program. This will be our third year participating and is a great way to brighten up our city during the dark winter months. Thank you, Mike, for administering this program and with all your work to make Anchorage a great place to live and work and play. That's all for my remarks, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, in the chair's report, I have two parts to the report. Our legislative service, Ms. Zalatil. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Mayor. I saw that in a press release following one of our work sessions on the inquiry into the Ombudsman's report on the elections that Mr. Dahl's resignation was accepted by you. Could you please indicate whether or not he received any severance or any payment upon his departure from the municipality, and why, since you requested his resignation, you didn't simply terminate him, because you have terminated other employees that were serving at your pleasure? Thank you.
Through the chair, just one administrative point. Is it normal that we've been doing this lately where I give my remarks and then I go through a Q&A process? Is there reciprocity in that? Do I get to ask questions of assembly members at this time? And to answer your question directly, that's an HR issue, and if HR can answer that question for you, that's fine. And I don't know if our HR director is here tonight, but thank you for the question.
So to the point you raised about fairness and equity, in the mayor and the chair's report, any member, including yourself, you participate here as a member, you can ask a question. So if I, in my report, give something, you have every opportunity. And then if someone else has the floor on a germane item to another part of the agenda, you can always put yourself in the queue. And so that's generally the principle up here. So, and there's a long history of asking questions, sometimes more, sometimes less. If it ever gets out of proportion, the chair or a member can always step in and point of order. All right, so now my report. Good evening, everybody. Welcome.
Is HR here? This is, because the administration isn't at our work sessions, this is the opportunity to get to ask the question or to follow up when we aren't otherwise on the public record to inquire about these things.
I don't see them here, but we did notice today a meeting on the topic for Friday at 11:15 a.m. for a long time, so it's a good opportunity for questions to be answered.
Okay, then I will ask that maybe my question can be answered at the Friday work session, if that's possible. Thank you.
Through the chair, we did have a work session, I believe, on Mark Dahl, and municipal manager just said we were in attendance at that meeting, so you did have a chance to actually do that. So I was not at the meeting, but my staff was, I'm told.
Thank you. And this coming Friday, there will be another opportunity as we are working our way. I guess that's where I'll start my report. It wasn't where I intended to start, but it's where I'll start. The Assembly is taking seriously of allegations and threats to our election system. We did, regretfully, at our last meeting, have to authorize litigation and the issuance of subpoenas. Subpoenas have been sent to a number of individuals with a command to attend the Assembly work session on Friday at 11:15 a.m. And so those have been working their way through the community and active service. Our effort is, it's an inquiry to ensure when we get to the end of the year and we have our Title 28 and code change, because every year we amend the code relating to elections, we secure our elections from the potential actions that we saw leading up to the complaint on the 11th of April. So that is, I think, the part of my report that is not the happy part, but it's the necessary part. Next, I want to talk about the Eklutna River Restoration Project. I'd like to begin by addressing this project. The Anchorage Assembly has been working for years with the native village of Eklutna and other partners on the project, including passing resolutions in 2017 and 2022. It's disappointing to learn in the past several weeks that the project owners group seem set on a solution that is in opposition to the expressed position of the native village of Eklutna, the Anchorage Assembly, as well as the Federal Fish and Game and other stakeholders. Not only is full restoration of the river the right thing to do to respect the vision of the people who've stewarded this land long before the municipality and the dams that we put up existed, but it's also huge economic potential. As you heard at our meeting a few weeks ago with the native village of Eklutna, the council and Eklutna Inc. have exciting plans to use the restoration of the river to develop recreational and tourism opportunities in the area. Just imagine what it will be like when fish have returned and we have one of the most robust fisheries in Upper Cook Inlet right there at Eklutna. That's why I'll be asking the Assembly to join with me in the next couple weeks to weigh in on the draft Fish and Wildlife Program that's set to be released October 2023, doing all that we can to support our partners in their years-long, generations-long quest to restore the Eklutna River. The restoration project stemmed from a historic wrong, and this is our opportunity to make a historic right. Anything short of full restoration is a continuation of the nearly century-long cultural, environmental neglect that we have all been working to overcome. Next up, we have a topic of the emergency winter shelter. I'm pleased to report that we had a very productive and collaborative meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee this week with members of the administration and the Assembly together. I'll leave it to the committee leadership to report on the specifics, and we'll discuss funding more under item 14A of the agenda, but I just want to express my gratitude to everyone who's working hard to develop a viable solution or a series of viable solutions before the snow falls. In the meeting last week, I walked away for the first time in some years feeling like we were working together and getting close to developing a practical and humanitarian and cost-effective solution. It's very encouraging, and I look forward to continuing the positive and collaborative work. On the topic of spending on housing and homelessness, it's been an interesting phenomenon. I've heard this number out in the community. The Assembly has spent $160 million on shelter and doesn't have a shelter to show for it. I've even heard, like the telephone game, that number as high as $360 million. We've received that in our emails. It dawned on me that we have not been able to effectively communicate the investments that this Assembly has made in both housing and shelter over the past 3 years so that the public can understand the progress and scope of where we're going. So at this point, I'm going to give the remainder of my time to Ms. Claire Ross, our Assembly Legislative Services Director, to give a report with some kind of website additions that we're putting up for the public to understand. Thank you, Ms. Ross. Welcome.
Good evening. As the chair, my name is Claire Ross, and I am the Legislative Services Director for the Assembly. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share a tool that our office created to track the municipality's recent appropriations on housing. Before I begin, I wanted to share more about the Legislative Services Office. We support the Assembly, which is the municipality's legislative branch of government, through communications, research, public engagement, education, and project management. Our mission is to strengthen the Assembly in its work, guided by a commitment to the good of the Anchorage community and the people who live here. The office is made up of myself, Allie Hartman on communications, and Jennifer Veneklassen on research. Our passion is taking complex issues and breaking them down to help people understand and participate in their local government. And this is how we arrived at this project that I will share with you tonight. Last winter, a member asked us to create a list of the Assembly's recent appropriations on housing. Our former colleague, Shelley Roughton, dove into the research and developed a pretty massive spreadsheet of Assembly appropriations on housing and homelessness dating all the way back to 2016. So fast forward to this summer when people started making the claim that we've spent all this money on homelessness and have nothing to show for it. And I thought, well, that's not true. We have a lot to show for it. I have a whole spreadsheet. And while people might not agree with how the money has been spent, now everyone can have access to the information to learn more and draw your own conclusions. One of our office's core values is transparency, so we wanted to make all of the data available to the public. However, the spreadsheet is pretty complex, so the chair asked me to present this and show you how to use it. And for those of you who shudder to look at Excel spreadsheets, we also have a one-page handout with the highlights that is up with the meeting documents and in the back entryway. Also, if you'd like to follow along, this spreadsheet and the handout can be found on the Assembly's website under the homelessness button in the Hot Topics section. So if you'll go to the Open First tab, Angel. It's a pretty complex document, so everyone go to the Open First and read it before you go forward. It's got some important messages such as this document is not exhaustive, but we did our best to include most major appropriations and legislation during this time. And there might be some changes that needs to be made or edits, and so just please let us know. And it's a living document and we'll update it as we go. The document is primarily made up of funds that have been appropriated by the Assembly, but this doesn't necessarily mean that all of the funds in a given line were spent. Especially with the alcohol tax, funds can be appropriated, unspent, then reappropriated for another use, and it can sometimes be difficult to track over time without access to the accounting records, which we do not have in our office. Where possible, we also included grants, contracts, and reappropriations from earlier appropriations, and notes where the funds weren't originally spent as appropriated. In those cases, the amounts were left out of the fund column, so we didn't double count any funds, although I can't guarantee that there isn't some level of double counting. We're researchers and communicators, not accountants. This is a living document, and so we'll be providing updates, and hopefully our partners will be adding to this as we go. And with that, sharing the Excel spreadsheet, it opens up to accidental deletions, changes, or data corruption. So if you do plan to cite this tool or use it to share, please confirm that you have the original version from our website or provided by our office. Now, moving on to the data, the appropriations are grouped into 3 categories: homeless prevention, homelessness response, and housing. There's also a 4th tab for the COVID mass sheltering paid for by FEMA, since I know that's also high on everyone's minds. Now, moving to the raw data tab, this one's my favorite because you can get around and play with the nitty-gritty details. So, for instance, now Angel's going to show you, you can go to a category and at the top sort it. So you could select just housing, and then that'll total up at the bottom all of the money spent on housing. Or you could do by a subtype, such as administration or a capital investment. And then you can also sort any of those columns by date or amount if you wanted to look at that. And then we also have the corresponding legislation number with it if you wanted to open up the original documents and see that information. So now moving on to one of the tabs, homelessness prevention. There we have the specific projects and the amount spent and which fund it came from. And then we also have the legislation number for each project, so you can once again look it up in the Assembly's portal to public documents. And then finally, if you go to the summary tab, which is the last tab, this summarizes all of the numbers. So one other caveat is all of these tables are populated by the information on the raw data tab. So if you do play around with anything or make edits, make sure to update these tables so they're correct and don't touch the tables. So one other note, if you're looking at our handout and these numbers, the handout is only appropriations from 20 to 2023 because that is when the bulk of appropriations occurred. So we really focused on that for the handout. And with that, I will pass it back to the chair if there's any questions, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So where on the website is this again?
If you go to the Assembly's homepage, the top row has some buttons with different topics, and if you press homelessness, it is on that page.
All right, thank you. And so bottom line for everybody, having information is better than not having information. So now you have an opportunity to scroll through and see what we've spent on homeless response, homeless prevention, housing, and other opportunities. Thank you for that report. I know it's unusual to have that here, but we just decided that it was a very important opportunity for members of the public to hear where that information is at and how to use it, because it's a very good tool for cutting through the noise and getting to the signal. With that, I'm going to say we have our boilerplate stuff tonight. This is a full agenda. I'll do everything I can to move us along so that we can conclude at the most reasonable hour possible before midnight. This is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the public. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches or smaller. Please keep the aisle clear except when lined up to testify. Also, please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with members, please hand it to the clerk down below. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, we'll have our public hearings later in the agenda. When you come forward, please state your name, what part of town you're from, or the community council. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or those on the dais. Otherwise, I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. And it's helpful to provide comments on any proposed amendments. Amendments will be on the table down below. And Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. Thank you, everybody. And now I will go to committee reports. Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee last met in September, and our next meeting is on the 5th of October. At our last meeting, strong presentation from ACDA, the Community Development Authority, and Mr. Mike Robbins on attainable housing. And this continues our conversation as we move toward the housing summit in November, and we continue to focus on funding, capital, and infrastructure. Also to report that the Chamber of Commerce, for those who haven't heard, has a new president and a CEO. And so first, congratulations to Bruce Bustamante for the many years of service as the president of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. And welcome to Kathleen McArdle, who will be publicly presented at the Make It Monday forum at the Denina Center on October 2nd, held by the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. Nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last week, at the last Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting, we heard from the Anchorage Health Department about their work to implement the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Plan. AHD expects us to have 372 non-congregate beds at 2 yet-to-be-named locations. Anchorage Health Department will be presenting a plan to meet the remainder of the expected need, so between 28 and 78 beds, with a maximum capacity of 150 beds, using the former SWS administration building as congregate shelter this Friday, September 29th, from 10 to 11 a.m. at City Hall, room 155. AHD expects contracts for the above services to be before the Assembly at our regular meeting of October 10th. Today, the Assembly will be considering a grant for the third part of the winter shelter plan, which is shelter for transitional age youth ages 18 to 24 at Covenant House. On September 14th, the Municipal Audit Committee met to discuss the sole source purchase audit. and get an update from BDO on the status of the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review. Thanks to the purchasing department for your work to reduce the number of errors made using sole source purchases, as well as reducing the overall number of sole source purchases. It appears that the work to get the ACFR complete is far behind schedule. The federal deadline to submit the ACFR is September 30th. We will not be able to meet this deadline. Although that doesn't have any ramifications with the federal government, based on remarks from the Comptroller's office, it could have an impact with ratings agencies. A few AML updates to close. And for folks who don't know, the Alaska Municipal League, it is a statewide organization comprised of 165 different local governments who are members of this organization. In preparation for the AML annual conference in December, I have been working with Member Brawley on a series of resolutions to the state. We hope AML will consider, including resolutions on housing, homelessness, behavioral health, and port and harbor infrastructure. So far, I've had good conversations with our counterparts in Bethel and in Alaska and others on these resolutions, and look forward to future conversations with other jurisdictions in the coming weeks. Tomorrow, Member Brawley and I will be attending a joint meeting of AML and the Alaska Superintendents Association to talk all things education. I imagine some of the issues brought up at the last joint school board and assembly meeting will be discussed at this convening. Last, through AML, State DOT has asked for a letter of support for their application of a Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods grant. The grant will support the work DOT is doing with the A&C Streets Corridor Study in Midtown. I've crafted a letter for everyone's signature, which is due tomorrow morning. So if you'd like to sign, please let me know, and I'll add a signature line for you and get this printed during today's meeting so folks can sign. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A question for you. Reconnecting Communities, Midtown is making an application,
No, the state DOT is.
making a second one to the program.
I'm not sure if it's a second one, but I know it's an application.
Yeah, okay. No, there is one already in town. Okay, I just wanted to clarify it's a different one than the one that was already awarded. All right, thank you. Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. The September 13th, I met with Visit Anchorage's Government Relations. They talk about assembly or government-related topics that affect the Visit Anchorage Board. They discussed whether or not to jump in and do support or make some call on the Fish Creek Trail, and decided to not make any comments at this time. On the 21st, Visit Anchorage had its 2024 Budget Board meeting, and I was in attendance in that. Visit Anchorage has moved to their new building from the historic City Hall to the former Allure Day Spa, which is a beautiful facility for them, and they'll be saving money at that. Next Health Policy Committee meeting is October 4th at 9:15 at City Hall. And we will be getting a health department update, plus animal care and control will be there to give us a briefing on AO 2023-94, and then also we will take up new business on substance testing of employees, which is AO 2023-101. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Branca. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee met on September 21st. We got a few important updates there. First, from the Port Director regarding the Port of Alaska improvement program. We had the TIFIA memo approved recently, which allows us access to a low-cost federal loan program. The primary goal remains to, aggressively pursue federal and state funding sources for the port modernization, but the TIFIA program allows us, for the part we do have to finance a relatively low-cost path forward there. It was also noted that any bonds that will be issued that would incur debt would have to be approved by the Assembly as those come up. Additionally, we anticipate having a 65% design for the cargo terminal by November, and this will allow us to narrow and update some of our cost estimates for the project. Moving on, in snow plowing, we got an update from the street maintenance manager and the municipal manager. Everyone acknowledges that there was room for improvement after snow plowing last year, and it's encouraging to see the effort that the uni's putting into coming up with a better plan for this year. Notably, we do not anticipate needing any private dump sites this year. That was something that was authorized under an emergency authorization last year, but we believe we have sufficient capacity with the muni sites to cover that this year. As far as street maintenance goes, we've hired 8 employees, but still have 16 vacancies. We also anticipate that we're going to be contracting out services for side dumpers and graders. And this is to supplement municipal equipment. This is not an action that must be taken because of a lack of capacity that we have, but simply this is types of equipment that the municipality does not own, and therefore we need these resources to work hand in hand with our street clearing operations. And then also there's an effort being made to better coordinate with the state. As some people may not realize, Anchorage is sort of a mishmash of state-owned and maintained roads and municipally owned roads, and sometimes those efforts have not always seemed to be operating in harmony when it comes to snow clearing, and so there's an effort to do better in that regard. And then finally, we got an update for Merrill Field. Merrill Field received approximately $6.9 million in CARES Act funding for renovations and upgrades, capital improvements there. And a lot of that work has been underway for a while now, but what we're talking about here is Contract Amendment 3 for Robert Hickle Contracting, which will be for $833,000, which again falls within that $6.9 million that we have from the federal government. And that would be for renovations to the equipment building. All in all, the project is anticipating making significant upgrades to 8 buildings, and the work is expected to be completed by next spring. Per the conditions of the grant, it will expire in May of 2024, although there may be an opportunity to extend that if necessary, but work is continuing in that regard. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Salatil.
No report, just a thank you to Mr. Johnson for chairing Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee while I was out of town, and also to Ms. Brawley, my co-chair for Budget, for handling that committee. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cross.
No report, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Volland.
No report. Thank you, Chair.
And Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate my co-AML member, Mr. Rivera, so I won't reiterate those points, but I will give 2 brief updates on committees. The first one is the Budget and Finance Committee. The committee met on Thursday, September 21st. We had our usual reports on our revenue projections and other items from the municipality, and we are still waiting to hear on the FY22 audited financial report and closeout, which Mr. Rivera mentioned from the Audit Committee as well. We spent some time discussing questions and answers from our OMB Director, Courtney Peterson, on the Mayor's preliminary budget report, or 120-day memo. So I also want to point folks in the agenda packet, the 120-day memo itself is on our agenda. It's item 10F7 under information reports for anybody who's interested. And so we certainly had several questions, but that is just the first step in the preparation of the budget. And so really what we're looking ahead to is the release of the budget on Monday, October 2nd. And that is the proposed FY24 budget for the fiscal year 24. And then I'll just note as well, coming up, in addition to our regular committee meetings, we will be having 2 work sessions on the budget in October. They've both been scheduled and on the calendar. The first one is Friday, October 13th. I believe it starts at 10 a.m. And the second one is Friday, October 27th, also starting at 10 a.m., and that is to walk through in a thorough fashion the mayor's proposed budget, and from there the Assembly will begin our review and then start working on amendments. And then just a reminder, our next meeting will be Thursday, October 19th, 12:10 p.m., City Hall 155. So that's it for the Budget and Finance Committee. For the Legislative Committee, we also met on Thursday, September 21st. It was a busy week last week for committees. We had a chance to review the preliminary draft of our legislative program, which is the municipality's legislative priorities that is completed by December of each year and delivered to the legislature during the following session. So we had a good discussion about our our top-level priorities, again, they're all draft, so as you read that document, please know that it is a work in progress, but we do our work in public. And then we also discussed capital budget items that we'll be looking at, and then we would like to continue working with the administration, including individual departments, to understand their priorities, and we'll be working directly with the mayor's office to coordinate that. And then the next meeting of that committee will be Wednesday, October 11th at 1 p.m., City Hall 155. And I believe that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Salt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one announcement from the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, and that is that pleased to announce that Jenna Wright has been named President and CEO of AEDC. Jenna was selected from a number of candidates in a nationwide recruitment effort that began back in July. She has been serving as interim president and CEO since September, and excited to have her leading the organization's strategic initiatives and economic development of our city. Our next meeting will be October 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This Thursday at 4:30 p.m. will be a meeting of the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly. The budget agenda items include an update on language access audit, housing and homeless discussion with the Health Department, a status of ordinances, including the Welcoming Week, language access, naming panel, and an update on certified welcoming committee, as well as identity committee member to be liaison for the Housing and Homeless Committee. So I encourage members and the public to attend. Also, we're looking forward to a meeting of the Public Safety Committee, and that will be on October 4th at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to exercise a little privilege of the chair. I see some young people in the room. Are you here for a class? So I'm going to put you on the spot and have you come down and introduce yourselves and tell us what class you're from and what school you're from. Come on down. I normally would have done this earlier, but welcome. We like to see people learning how their government works. There's a little green or yellow button on that mic. Just state your name, what school you're from, what class you're here for. There you go, it's on.
I'm from Chugiak. I'm Cooper Brady, and I'm from U.S. Government.
Welcome.
Christopher Michael from Chugiak High School, and also from Mr. Ogden's class, Government.
Welcome.
I'm Max Marizan, also from Government, Chugiak High School too.
Thank you for being here, and later on we'll have a break. Some people can sign papers for you. All right, that gets us to the next part of...
Mr. Chair, if I may.
What was that? Oh yeah, go ahead, Mr. Terrell. I'm sorry. We didn't even say his name. Welcome, you have the floor.
On September 15th was a very interesting and productive meeting. It was the joint session between the ASD and the Assembly, which I think honestly just highlights the strong working relationship between ASD and the Assembly. I was also in attendance with the youth board rep for the school board, which was Joshua Pack. So topics such as the Career College and Life Readiness Program and the continued progress with the academic academies were talked about, as well as budgeting. And speaking of, the base student allocation remains a long-standing and top priority for ASD, and I'm heartened by the Assembly's excitement towards the issue as well. And I'm looking forward to the continued collaboration between the Assembly and the school district in the future work sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell, our youth member. Okay, now, next is the addendum to the agenda. Before we get to the agenda, we are going to address the laid on the table items, which incorporates any laid on the table that are not supplemental items, either A or S versions, to be addressed to the consent agenda. The code requires an affirmative vote of at least 8 members. So tonight we will have not a terrible list. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 items. I believe they are all supplemental. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read them into the record, and that should be it. 11A3, Information Memorandum, AIM number 193-2023, Addendum addressing procedural questions about the public naming panel's recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage Mayor's Office. Also 11A3, Information Memorandum, AIM 193-2023, Addendum addressing procedural questions about the public naming panel's recommendation to name to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage Chair Constant. Next, we have item 14B2, AO 2023-90S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.20.140, Office of Equity and Justice, and Section 7.10.030, Powers and Duties of Purchasing Officer, to add requirements regarding language access plans, periodic reviews, and reporting compliance with federal language access and disadvantaged business, enterprise, regulations, and related matters. Next, we have item 14E2, Information Memorandum, Spenard Community Council Resolution supporting expansion of the Central Spenard Deteriorated Area, Assembly Member Brawley. So now I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zalatos, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing no objection, the item is adopted unanimously. Next, we will move on to appearance requests. So tonight we do have one member of the public here for an appearance request. Mr. Potter, it's been a long time since we've seen you. Welcome, and I've been told to make sure I start a clock.
Well, my recommendation to you all is do whatever you can to not have a stroke. It's a lot slower comeback than I thought it would be. But tonight I'm here on behalf of Anchorage Skates, which is a group of oddballs that wanted to create a wintertime Olympic regulation-sized speed skating oval. I got involved because one of my friends, who's been out with me hiking and skiing and everything else for years, got very active with the Alaska Speed Skating Club, and they were looking to try and get a speed skating oval developed. We worked in concert with them, with the city, got an approval of a master plan in Midtown Park, which included the regulation size oval. That was funded by a set-aside grant by then Senator Stevens, and that went along with extra money that came from some donations from some great developer types in town, and that along with the development of the full park improvements, the oval was made. This year, as this will be the 13th year, Mayor, I've got another check for 10 grand if you'd like to come down. Try and give you something to smile about today.
Mr. Thurn.
We try and offset the cost of the ice maintenance on an annual basis. So we get donations and funds, and the Alaska Speed Skating Club works to sell pins and do other events. Thank you. And this covers about half to maybe a little bit more than half of what the annual cost is. This year, post-pandemic, was very exciting because the winter solstice party and skate on December 21st was very well attended and participated in this year, which is good to see. Over 1,000, 1,500 people there singing Christmas carols, skating. They're 3 or 4 generations within a family, which is nice to see because that was the purpose. Also this year, Shawnee Davis, who is the most recent American male skater to win gold medal in the Olympics in speed skating, came up for several days and participated with kids out in the Mountain View area, and then came out and gave a kind of a special course for all of us duffers to learn how to speed skate a little bit better. And he is one impressive young man, and he hopes to come back. Was even so impressed he said he'd like to move up here. So with that, just like to close that our big goal this year is to try and get a grant from the feds and the state so that we can finish one aspect of Midtown Park, and that is a year-round chalet that would present a safe, warm place for people to put on skates.
Mr. Potter, your time has expired, but there are 2 people in the queue
All right, that's fine.
on short leashes. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, this was a perfect segue because I'm actually going to ask you about the Midtown Chalet. But before I get to that, I just want to appreciate Anchorage Skates and the pelt that you all give every year. I think you're one of 2 or 3 organizations that happily writes the municipality a check every year, and I appreciate that. So specifically, I don't need a full update on everything going with the Midtown Chalet, but specifically for fundraising, that's an issue that came up at a recent work session that the Assembly had, is how is the fundraising going for the Midtown Chalet? So do you have any updates you can share on that?
On the funding, there's been a series of municipal bond issues over the last few years, and with that money, we're up to about $650,000. We've got quite a few large donators who are waiting for a few different things to happen. And part of it was that several years ago, before the pandemic, Kiewit Construction did a cost estimate of the preliminary plan and architectural set that RIM Design did. And with costs escalating and all the things that happened, we've taken our percentage guesses of what the construction impact cost would be. And this year we just decided and got together with the University of Alaska with the economics program and the director of that program out at UAA. And her graduate level class is doing a standalone third-party analysis of both all the stakeholder interests and what implications that might
Sorry,
have
I need to
on the
interrupt you, Mr.
design.
Carter. So I appreciate all of this, but right now I'm not really interested in a full update. But it sounds to me like you all have raised $650,000 and that's where you are right now. Okay, got it. Thank you.
But
Mr. Volland.
There's a lot more cooking, so that report should be done just after the first of the year.
Thank you.
And
Well, hold
then
on, Mr. Potter.
we'll-
We have another question for you.
We'll be talking to you again.
Well, thank you. I look forward to that report. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say, I'm not a speed skater, but I'm a very active backcountry ice skater. It's one of my passions, and I love what you all are doing to help create a winter city here in Anchorage. Definitely supportive of the Midtown Chalet. So just want to say thank you. Thank you for donation.
That, I think, will anchor the park itself in relationship to the library in Midtown. But I would just like to add that year-round, there are a ton of people using the park, whether it's moms on skates pushing their strollers with their kids in it, to cardiac.
Yep. I went to the winter solstice
people
party
trying to
that you
recover.
mentioned, and all kinds of people there. It was pretty magical. And I'll also take a little credit for maybe introducing our director of Parks and Rec to backcountry ice skating. So
All right.
thank you. Thank you for being
We
here.
do have to proceed. That site is amazing. There was a big concert there this summer, and thank you,
Thank
Tim,
you.
and I'm sure you're sticking around because
Thank you very much. It's always nice to come and present money to the city rather than stand up here bitching about stuff. So, thank you.
thank you, Mr.
And Tim,
Potter.
it's always nice accepting it too, thanks.
Yes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Next on the agenda, we have the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are generally numbered, or are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved or accepted by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by Assembly members for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly rules, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. So we'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think someone else is going to pull the laid on the table item, the refer back to the naming panel. So I think I'll hold and see whether it does it. So
All right.
no item, sir.
Thank you. And so Mr. Salt.
No items to pull tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a few. I'd like to pull 10A3, 10B3, 10B4, 10D, D as in dog, 5, and 10F8. And that's it.
That's it. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10G10.
All right. Mr. Cross.
Mine's been pulled, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have quite a list. 10 Delta 7, 10 Delta 18, 10 Delta 24, 10 Delta 28, 10 Delta 32, 10 F2, 10 F4, 10 F6, 10 F9, 10 G2, and 10 G7.
Just so folks know, that's both her items and mine. She's not being greedy. Next, Mr. Johnson.
No additional items.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca.
No additional items.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. 2 additional items, 10A1 and 10B5.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
10A2, thank you, Chair.
So were we pulling 10A2? I don't. Are you sure you want to pull that one?
It was a request of the administration, so I'll defer to them.
Okay. We'll go ahead and that's fine. Thank you. It wasn't on our list, but that's great. Thanks, Scott. Mr. Myers. Okay, so I'm going to go back through the list. It is a lot. Obviously, our work is going to be on the front end tonight. Items 10A1, Mr. Rivera, 10A2, Mr. Myers, 10A3, Ms. Brawley, 10B3, Ms. Brawley, 10B4, Ms. Brawley, 10B5, Mr. Rivera, 10D5, Ms. Brawley, 10D7, Ms. Zalatal, 10D18, Ms. Zalatal, 10D24, Ms. Zalatal, 10D28, Ms. Zalatal, 10D32, Ms. Zalatal, 10F2, Ms. Zalatal, 10F4, and 10F6, Ms. Zalatal, 10F8, Ms. Brawley, 10F9, Ms. Zalatal, 10G2, Ms. Zalatal, 10G7, Ms. Zalatal, and 10G10, Mr. Volland. Did I miss anything? Anything at all? Nope. Okay, that's a list. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Zalatal, a second by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been adopted. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed the few remaining items that have not been pulled. We will take up those next. The rest have been introduced, either passed or introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the 10G items. So if you're here to see action on any item, consent agenda item, it was not pulled, those items have now been passed or accepted. Next, we'll move on to our main agenda. So we have item 10A1, Resolution AR 2023-327, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month in Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing seen none. Any objection? None. This item has been adopted unanimously. Who's reading and who's presenting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Martinez and I will be reading.
And I will be presenting.
All right, thank you. And who's receiving? Anyone?
Yeah.
Welcome. Please come on up.
Perfect. Una resolución de la Asamblea Municipal de Anchorage reconociendo y celebrando del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre de 2023 el mes de la herencia hispana y latina en Anchorage, considerando que los hispanos y latinoamericanos han desempeñado papeles importantes en la historia de Estados Unidos y Alaska, haciendo contribuciones significativas en las ciencias, educación, negocios, derecho, política, música, artes y deportes, con una rica tradición de servicio militar y comunitario, incluyendo la continua lucha por la equidad y la justicia en nuestra sociedad. Y considerando que el Congreso de los Estados Unidos reconoció por primera vez la herencia hispana en 1978 con la promulgación de la Ley Pública 90-498, llamando al pueblo de los Estados Unidos, especialmente a la comunidad educativa, a celebrar una semana con ceremonias y actividades apropiadas. Y considerando que el 15 de septiembre se eligió como fecha de inicio del mes nacional de la herencia hispana, porque se marca el aniversario de la independencia de 5 países latinoamericanos: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y Nicaragua. Y el reconocimiento de un mes de duración también incluye los días de independencia de México, Chile y Belice. Y
considerando que el tema de celebración del Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana de 2023 es Latinos, impulsando la prosperidad, poder y progreso en Estados Unidos, el cual rinde homenaje a los inmensos avances económicos y políticos que los latinos han logrado y continúan logrando en los Estados Unidos, Alaska y Anchorage, incluyendo una mayor representación política, y considerando que las comunidades hispana y latina de Anchorage han enriquecido a nuestra comunidad compartiendo sus culturas, artes, comidas y tradiciones, ayudando a hacer que Anchorage sea más vibrante, inclusivo y acogedor. Habrá múltiples eventos comunitarios para celebrar y educar durante el mes de la herencia hispana y latina, que culminará con la segunda fiesta anual del mes de la herencia hispana el sábado 7 de octubre a las 6 p.m. en Centro de Neina. Un calendario de eventos está publicado en el sitio web Enlaces Alaska. Ahora, por lo tanto, la Asamblea Municipal de Anchorage reconoce y celebrar del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre de 2023 el mes de herencia hispana y latina, pasado y aprobado por la Asamblea de Anchorage este 26 de septiembre de 2023.
Muchas gracias. This is the first time I've heard Felix speaking Spanish. Well, my name is Joan Ryan. I'm the board president of Enlaces, a Latino Hispanic nonprofit here in Alaska. So on behalf of the Latino Hispanic community, I want to thank all of you for this recognition. In Alaska, Latinos represent 7.3% of the population as for the 2020 census. This positions us as the second largest minority group, with Alaska Natives and Native Americans communities being the largest in the state. In the past 10 years, Latinos have grown 1.8%, which is equivalent to 52,000 people. So it's apparent that this population has grown rapidly and likely to continue. I believe that it's crucial to recognize and celebrate Latinos that come and contribute to our state and who have inspired others to achieve success. Enlaces, the nonprofit that I volunteer for, has the mission to empower, educate, and engage Alaska Latino community by acting as a catalyst for an equitable presence and voice. By collaborating with communities throughout Alaska, Enlaces works to advance social justice and equity for Latinos and Hispanics in the North. Our advocacy focuses on empowering, educating, and engaging our community in the following areas: civic engagement, education, health and wellness, women empowerment, and culture. And if you have just a few minutes, I want to touch on the needs assessment Enlaces did for the Latino Hispanic community. Knowing that the population is growing, we connected with BSP, a firm with over 20 years of experience helping political, corporate, and community-based organizations understand a diverse America. Because we wanted to learn about the needs of our community. The research showed that Latinos love this state and their concerns are very similar to anyone else. However, there are two main findings that stood out. One of them is the lack of language access, something that is very needed. And the other one is the discrimination of people that have a very thick accent by some government institutions. These are two things that we must do better about. I will be very happy to present on the subject and give you an executive summary of the needs assessment on another occasion, though. Again, thank you so much for this, for your time, and for recognizing the Hispanic Latino community. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Enlaces for all of the work that you do to let the entire community celebrate this month. I just want to encourage members to attend the events hosted throughout the month and to learn about issues that are Latina community. As was spoken to, Enlaces did do a needs assessment, and so I would encourage folks to please reach out and to learn more about some of the issues that were presented in that needs assessment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next, we have item 10A2, 10A2, Resolution AR 2023-328, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for 2022 National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers, I think. Mr. Myers, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there anybody from AWW here or the board?
All right, awesome. So are you going to read it?
And yes, awesome. And then I want to defer to the administration. I believe the mayor would like to get a photo.
And normally we would have one to hand, but we were told this wasn't happening. So we don't have a printed version, but Mr. Mayor, please come on down. Mr. Myers, you have the floor.
A resolution for the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for 2022 National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards. Whereas the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utilities' 3 wastewater treatment facilities were recognized for excellent environmental treatment services during 2022 and awarded the National Association of Clean Water Agencies NACWA Peak Award for outstanding compliance with their National Pollutant Discharge Imminent System and Alaska Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, APDES, permits. And whereas the Aspa Water Treatment Facility serving the Anchorage Bowl and received the Silver Award in 2022 and in 2019 through 2020 for having less than 5 violations with its APDES permit in a calendar year, and a Gold Award in 2021 for 100% permit compliance and 0 APDES permit violations. And whereas the Eagle River Wastewater Treatment Facility serves Anchorage northern communities and received gold awards in 2022 and 2021 for 100% compliance with the for 0 APDES permit violations. And whereas the Girdwood Wastewater Treatment Facility serves the Girdwood area and received silver awards in 2022 and in 2019 through 2021 for having less than 5 violations in its APDES permits. And whereas these outstanding levels of service are only possible with the professional staff of each facility dedicated to the operational excellence for which the AWW Board of Directors has unanimously congratulated their efforts. And whereas the utilities continue to invest to ensure reliable service, safeguard public health, and protect the environment today and long into the future. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly hereby resolves that the Anchorage Water and Watershed Utility is recognized for receiving these prestigious NACWA Peak Performance Awards for excellence in delivery and wastewater treatment services to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage and for advancing the new standard of excellence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on this 26th day, September 2023.
Mr. Persinger, you have the floor.
Thank you. David Persinger, Assistant General Manager, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. These awards are they're really a reflection of our incredible staff that we have working throughout at our facilities, as well as all the folks that go into supporting that. as well as support from the administration and from this body to continue to do what we do. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming. And I was reminded by the clerk that I got out of order, and we did not actually approve this item. So I'm going to just ask for unanimous consent. Any objection to the adoption of the motion? Yeah, it is. So hearing no objection, the item is adopted. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to item 10A3. Resolution AR 2023-329, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2023 as Library Card Sign-Up Month and encouraging residents of the municipality to visit their nearest Anchorage Public Library location to get and use a library card. Before a motion, would any other members like to be added as sponsor to this item? Let me frame that slightly differently. Does anyone object to being added to us as a sponsor of this item? I'm hearing no objection, so make it easy. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the item is adopted unanimously. Now, who's reading and who's presenting? Ms. Bronca is reading, Mr. Myers presenting. Thank you.
Whereas Library Card Sign-Up Month has been celebrated each September since 1987 by libraries to unite the nationwide effort to ensure every person signs up for their own library card, and whereas more than 66% of children in Anchorage scored below proficient level in English language arts in 2022 Alaska State Proficiency Assessment, and whereas research has shown that individuals and families who develop regular reading habits are better prepared to meet the increasing literary demands of our society, are better protected against age-related cognitive decline, and show an enhanced capacity for empathy. And whereas an Anchorage Public Library card gives each resident access to thousands of physical reading materials, including 290,727 print books, 25,011 audiobooks, 7,266 magazines, 48,811 DVDs, and whereas the Anchorage Public Library card gives each resident access to thousands of digital reading and instructional materials, including 48,000 ebooks, 38,000 e-audiobooks, 4,000 downloadable videos, 4,900 digital magazines, 13,000 digital newspapers, and thousands of articles and training courses through 9 database resources. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library card gives each resident access to the library in a box kits that let readers explore topics such as job readiness, home buying, parenting, elder care, and podcasting. And whereas an Anchorage Public Library card gives each resident access to 6,245,509 materials available through our statewide consortium system, and whereas an Anchorage Public Library card gives access, this is a long one, to virtually any print and video material available nationwide through our interlibrary loan program, and whereas an Anchorage Public Library card gives each resident access to the resources regardless of their income or ability to pay at the point of service, and whereas an Anchorage Public Library card gives each resident access to internet connections required for communicating with friends and family, applying for jobs, services, paying bills, and filing for a permanent fund dividend and taxes, and whereas with duct tape and Anchorage Public Library card you can fix 99% of life's problems, now therefore be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates the month of September as National Library Card Sign-Up Month and encourages all residents of the municipality to visit their nearby Anchorage Public Library location to get their own library card. Section 3, that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon passage and approval. Passed and approved by Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of September 2023.
You have the floor. The mic is off, though. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Assembly. My name is Elizabeth Nicolai, and I'm the Assistant Director of Public Services. We hear a lot about libraries as places, as institutions, and as community pillars. But first and foremost, we are a public service with the mission of connecting people to education, information, and community. But that all starts with your library card. Like a gym membership, you only get the benefits of your library card if you use it. We hope every member of our community not only proudly holds a library card in their wallet, but also uses that library card often. If you do not currently have a public library card, during the break, we invite you into our lobby to register for one, and for any new library card registered for this month, you will receive a roll of Anchorage Public Library duct tape. And if you do already have a library card, if you use it once a year, why not once a month? If you're using your card once a month, why not once a week? We're here to help you and help everyone get and use a library card, because it's true. With your duct tape and your library card, you can really solve 99% of life's problems.
So we have some folks in the queue, and I'm just going to start it off by asking what echoed down the dais. So if we already have a library card, can we get a second one so we can get some duct tape?
You've been enjoying the benefits of your library card this entire time, so no, sir.
All right, thank you. Had to ask, because it echoed. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to share appreciation for the library and for all of the staff and all the work you do, as well as all the volunteers and everybody who cares about the library. And also, I've had a chance to see, I haven't seen the duct tape in person till now, but I've seen a lot of other great library swag, so I also just want to give a shout out to whoever's doing the ordering of your materials. So thank you very much, because there's some really great things out there, from bookmarks to sparkly pencils to all kinds of stuff, and it's at every event I've been to this summer. So thank you again for getting out there.
Thank you for that. That was Misty Rose Nesvik, our PR person, and a lot of those are coming with funds from our Friends of the Library. So we also invite you to the Friends of the Library book sale this first weekend of November.
Oh, Ms. Alatella.
Thank you. So the one problem I haven't been able to solve with my library card is Costco doesn't take it. So every time I go into Costco, they look very similar. It's the red books at the top, and I pull it out, and I'm like, hey, it's the library card. It should be great. I should be able to get into Costco, but it still doesn't work. But if I had a roll of that duct tape, it might solve it. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody, for your hard work and service in this time where libraries are centered into a very deep community conversation. So thank you all. Next up on the agenda, we have item 10B3. 10B3 is Resolution AR 2023-314, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding Alaska Senate Bill 77 and House Bill 84, an act relating to municipal property tax. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you. First, I just wanted to also offer to other members, I know, Mayor Bronson, you're in the queue. There was discussion about adding sponsors, so I wonder if we could do that as well.
Sure. Anyone object to being added as a sponsor? Hearing and seeing none, does the mayor wish to be added? Yep. Is that why you're in the queue, Mr. Mayor? Okay. So everyone would like to be added. We'll get that taken care of. So, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, this is a resolution following a presentation, I think it was on September 7th at Community and Economic Development Committee by Senator Dunbar on a bill that he is carrying, Senate Bill 77, as well as the companion bill, House Bill 84. And the resolution details what this is, but essentially it supports passage of that bill that will give the municipality and other cities more tools to deal both on the positive side with incentives for new development and redevelopment, as well as dealing with nuisance properties and blighted properties, which I think everybody can think of one in their area that we've experienced from time to time. So just encouraging support for this.
So I don't see anyone else in the queue. Seeing and hearing none. Any objection? Oh, wait. So I'm going to go ahead and ask members to proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes, the item AR 2023-314 has passed the body. So next we have item 10B4, Resolution AR 2023-332, Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the Federal Trade Commission intervene to block the proposed merger of Kroger and Albertsons in recognition with respect to food insecurity and market competition in the municipality of Anchorage in the state of Alaska. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you. I would like to be added as a sponsor, and I support this item.
All right, thank you. Again, anyone object to being added as a sponsor? Does the mayor wish to be added? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Rivera, how do you vote?
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-332 has passed the body. Next, we're on to 10B5, Resolution AR 2023-333, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly supporting the process to become a certified welcoming city. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Martinez. Mr. Rivera, you moved this, or you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am excited for this next stage of work with Welcoming Anchorage. The first stage really centered around the creation of Welcoming Anchorage and the creation of the Welcoming Anchorage roadmap, which was created in 2017, where we used national best practices and our own local knowledge to come up with a series of action items in the areas of civic engagement, connected, safe, and healthy communities, education, economic development, and entrepreneurship, and equitable access. So this resolution really moves us to a logical next step to hold us accountable for getting done in the Welcoming Anchorage Roadmap through what's called the Welcoming Standard, and allows us to join 18 other cities who have already become certified welcoming cities, and I should say hopefully allows us to join them. I think this is exciting work that will help to focus some of our efforts in advancing equity and activating our diverse community. A question to the administration, which is really why I pulled this. So this resolution envisions that the Chief Equity Officer will play a critical role in this work. Will the administration be allowing the Chief Equity Officer to spend time on this effort?
Through the chair, I'll have Mr. Mario Bird answer this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Member Rivera, anything that is passed by the Assembly, you can bet that we will be executing on. I think you've seen that for those of you who have paid attention to the Acclutant education process. That is something that was something the Assembly passed and wanted to see. It's in code, and that our equity officer has been executing on that. I do think that it is important to note that, as I said, Member Rivera, in our colloquy running up to this, we are concerned about who this group is, and it's a national group that is trying to tell Anchorage, which is already a very diverse community, how they need to be more diverse. And I think those are the concerns that we had about this particular resolution. But as I said, whatever is instructed by the Assembly that is legal, the executive branch is going to execute upon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bird. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited to hear that Junior will be allowed to work with me and my colleagues and the the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly on this work, and I'll leave my comments at that. Thanks.
Right, next, thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I support this ordinance, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor if the main sponsor is amenable to that. And then I also briefly want to say I really appreciate Mr. Rivera bringing this forward. I know I remember back in the mid-2010s, I guess, of several years ago, understanding what welcoming communities are and what they do. And I remember it especially being relevant for refugees coming into our community. So certainly we don't only want to welcome refugees, but I think it's important to remember that, welcoming can mean someone who just moved here from another state and took a new job, and it can also mean somebody who's coming to the community and has nothing or almost nothing and is looking to build their life. So I had an opportunity to attend the Catholic Social Services RAISE Program Awards earlier this summer and really appreciated all the stories about folks coming from Ukraine and other places, learning about the businesses they've been able to start and really, again, finding opportunity in this town. And so, again, I just really want to speak in support of this and be clear that we are a welcoming community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Just to be added to the, as a co-sponsor, Chair.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? On this item, hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-333 has passed the body. Thank you. Next, we have item 10D5, Assembly Memorandum AM 711-2023, recommendation of award to Ag New Beck for strategic planning process for the alcohol tax for the legislative branch. What's the will of the body?
Mr. Chair, I need to make a disclosure.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to disclose that Ag New Beck Consulting is my former employer. I left employment on May 26, 2023, so I have not been employed by them for, I guess, the last 4 months today. During that time, I did work on several projects related to Anchorage alcohol tax through late 2022. I was not involved in any of those projects in 2023, before and after being sworn in this April. And so I was also not involved in this assembly procurement process for this contract. I was not one of the members involved in that process, and I would defer to Claire Ross' staff if there's any questions on that as she ran that process, and that's it.
All right, so you didn't have any participation in the development or the solicitation of the requests, and you haven't done work there for 4 months, so I am going to rule that you do not have a substantial personal or financial interest on this item and that you should participate. All right, so next we have, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Ms. Zalatel has moved. Is there a
Second.
second by Mr. Volin. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 711-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D7. 10D7 is AM 713-2023, recommendation of award for a non-encumbered contract to Kelly Connect to provide lease and maintenance of 2 high-speed production copiers and maintenance. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I probably should have just done this by email to the manager. Do you know where these machines are going to live in the building?
Through the chair, I do not, and I'm not sure if IT Acting Director Philippe Bryce is on the phone. Mr. Bryce, are you on? I will get an answer for you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we'll hold on this one and come back to it if you can get an answer, and then if not, I might ask to postpone just because there's some conversations about... Oh, hi there. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do you know where in the building they're going to live? Come on up. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Pfeiffer. I am the reprographics supervisor in Anchorage City Hall. I had a lot to do with this motion, and I can answer any questions you may have. The two copiers in question here will replace two existing Xerox copiers on the 4th floor in the reprographics area, Suite 440.
Perfect, thank you, that's all I needed. Thank you. With that, I would urge your support, members. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, item 10D7 AM 713-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D18. 10D18 is Assembly Memorandum AM 723-2023, Amendment 3 to Purchase Order 2019-002374 with Tetra Tech LLC for the Municipality of Anchorage Solid Waste Service for design services for design of the Central Transfer Station. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So my question on this item is with regard to the fund certification. So this is additional funding going, but I don't know what these numbers mean without a parenthetical explanation. So are these just from the capital budget for solid waste services?
Through the chair, Director Ivalu Fili-Tuala is available. Can you answer that question, Mr. Fili-Tuala? Thank you.
Welcome. The mic is off. There you go.
Through the chair, yes. This fund right here is to help complete the contract with Tetra Tech for the work that they've done with the new facility over the transfer station.
Thank you. I guess the question is, was the $278,654 in your budget for this year as part of your capital budget? Was this already an anticipated additional cost?
Yes, Vice Chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just in the future, it's really helpful on the fund certifications if we get like a parenthetical explaining what they are. We don't have access to look up the numbers. So if it just says FY23 or 23 capital budget or something like that, then we can have some context. Thank you.
Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Zalatel, we will endeavor to remember to do that. I know you've asked before. We forget occasionally, but we'll keep trying. Thank you.
So I have a second question.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So what work is left to do? We celebrated the opening, the kickoff. What design work is left on the project?
There is some of the remaining work that Tetra Tech and Davis Construction has to complete. When I came on board in April, some of the work, I was pretty much kind of left with what was designed and prepared and done with my predecessors, and unfortunately some of that stuff was kind of left before I wasn't part of it. However, there were some things that I kind of discovered, and again, there was just some things that I just discovered later that needed to be completed. And again, I'm sorry I don't have
That's okay.
all
I think
of the answers.
Mr. Colhase might be a phone a friend here. Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that some of the work that needs to be done is completing the final as-built drawings for the project. Those drawings that document exactly what was done, some project closeout documentation, and some other minor design work to finish the project. We will get you, no objection to providing you a specific list of what is in this contract amendment and the work that will be accomplished.
Thanks, because it raises the question, if it's additional design work, then is there an additional construction contract coming, and what's anyhow, so it's Pandora's box, I'm afraid, but it would be nice to understand what remains.
Yes, my understanding, it's generally project closeout documents, but we'll get you a list.
Thanks, and I do want to thank you for, I don't know how to say your last name without reading it, Mr.
Fili Taula.
For securing the site with the chain that was unsafe on behalf of a constituent concerned. That was excellent to get that done so quickly. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This reminded me, when we see items coming up like this, an appropriation item in particular, if the timing works, it's really great to bring these to the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee. We can make time on that agenda so that they can be heard and these questions can be answered there. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone else. Thank you so much for coming and presenting this. And anyone else wish to speak to the matter? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 723-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have before us item 10D24. 10D24 is AM 729-2023 Anchorage Regional Landfill Closure and Post-Closure Care Investment Fund. Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
So there is a motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there a second?
Second.
Who is the second? Mayor. Mr. Bronson, Mayor Bronson, thank you. So we have a motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mayor Bronson. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'm postponing at the request of the administration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to discuss the matter? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 729-2023 has been postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 10D28. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to postpone to the meeting of November 7th.
So there's a motion to postpone to November 7th. Is there a second? We can discuss why.
Second for purposes of discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Rivera.
So, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Because of the ongoing conversations about elections, and I've already briefed Mr. Trombley on this, I would like to schedule a confirmation hearing conversation on the confirmation to the Elections Commission so we can have an upfront discussion on his role in the work that's so important on that commission, and we don't have time between now and the 7th to do it, so we could schedule it the end of October, the first week of November, but we can't really schedule it earlier to get this on an earlier agenda. So the request is to postpone. Again, I've notified Mr. Trombley, it's not about him per se, but it's about careful scrutiny of the elections process at this time. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Motion is to postpone to November 7th.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
AM 733-2023 has been postponed to 11/7. Next, we have item 10D32. 10D32, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a disclosure. The grant agreement with the Institute for Community Alliances is to provide homelessness management information services database as the lead for the Continuum of Care. I am the executive director for the Continuum of Care lead organization. While I do not have a financial interest in this contract, I believe I do have a professional interest in this contract. It would ask to be excused.
So you are the steward of the HMIS system, and this organization will be providing input to it?
Yes, I actually hold the contract with ICA to provide HMIS for the Continuum of Care.
Right, so yes, this is clearly a case of a conflict of interest. You're excused. So what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
And on a vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, and one member is recused, AM 747-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10F2. Item 10F2 is Assembly Information Memorandum 181-2023, Ombudsman Complaint OM 2023-0012, Final Investigative Report. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
So it's been moved by Ms. Zalatil and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatil, here you go.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This item, I would like to ask the Ombudsman to come on up for just a moment, the Deputy Ombudsman. This is the item we had discussed previously. So would you briefly as possible, describe to us what the complaint was and what your findings were? And the mic is off. There you go. There's a little yellow or green button on the front. You're good.
Good evening. My name is Heather McAlpine. I am the current Associate Ombudsman. This report is in response to a constituent who came to the office. He had applied to be a firefighter with the municipality and basically went through the entire process, was approved, was given a optional, or I forget what it's called, but he was offered the job subject to a drug test. His first drug test was a negative dilute. He was asked to test again. He had another negative dilute test, and the job offer was then rescinded based on the administration or the premise that 2 negative dilutes equals a positive. My report, I looked into several, I looked into our current policy, I looked into the DOT and the SAMHSA, I forget what it stands for, but basically the federal requirements do not match that. Exactly, a negative dilute is actually an acceptable result because of the negative. There is no trace of anything found in it. It simply means that the specimen was diluted. My recommendation was that this gentleman be allowed to go to the academy, and I made several other recommendations basically saying that we needed to revise our drug policy to be more clear, more specific. The response from the assembly, I mean not the assembly, but for the administration is included in my report. When the Ombudsman office gives a final report, we do give the department an opportunity to respond. Basically, the response was kind of, we are not mandated by the federal government who we can and cannot hire, and we chose not to hire this person based on our long-standing process of 2 negative dilutes being a positive. And so they did not choose to take my recommendations, but they did ask to have their response appended to my report, which is here.
All right. That's perfect. So I asked to have this item pulled in a discussion. So effectively what's happened here is we had a really qualified candidate who had a negative dilute test twice. Negative dilute means it appears like there wasn't enough human material in there that it could have been adulterated. But of course the testing process is reviewed, so that's not the case. They could argue maybe he chugged a bunch of water to try to dilute the test. The individual, in fact, went at their own cost and got an additional test that was a more refined test. I believe it was a hair follicle test, which catches anything in the last 6 months. They were negative, but we have a black and white policy that that person is ineligible for the next year. And so I asked the Ombudsman here, because I have a draft ordinance that was introduced tonight that we'll be hearing hopefully at the next meeting. And my question basically is, with the narrow circumstances of this individual, do you believe that the ordinance that's introduced makes that situation more workable?
Absolutely, yes, it does address that a negative dilute will not be considered a positive result.
All right, so that's it. Now I have Mr. Cross, thank you.
No, you answered my questions, which was, is there just an alternative testing means? Because an individual that's training rigorously for a position that requires great physical demand might increase their hydration ratios, and so you'd have and I also think you'd be innocent until proven guilty. Like, give me an option at another test.
Absolutely, and so bottom line is we have a system right now that is black and white, yes or no, it's binary, and the proposed system that will be before us soon is going to be a little more kind of looking at the specific circumstances. And in this case, this individual, fairly much a super athlete. It isn't a case of an individual trying to game a system. They're just so fit that their body does process more efficiently than we do. And we know that because of the additional test. So, Ms. McAlpine, thank you for helping me get that information into the record.
Thank you.
And with that, any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AIM 181-2023 has been accepted. Thank you for your diligence, Ombudsman. Next, we have item 10F4. 10F4 is AIM 183-2023 sole source procurement report for the month of August 2023. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question about the report. On the third line down, it says C. Frasca Company to provide assistance with strategic framework and performance measures to municipality of Anchorage. The requesting department is listed as APD. I inquired with APD and learned that no, APD does not have a contract with Ms. Frasca, and said this was maybe municipal-wide, and then I'd also heard that maybe it was already terminated, so I guess I need some clarification on why this is being reported and if it's still an active contract and for who.
Through the chair to Member Zalatel, the APD notation was a mistake. It should have read OMB. OMB, I believe, commissioned a contract with Ms. Frasca. The purpose of the contract was to review performance, value, and results, PVR indicators and measures. I just learned today that due to other commitments, Ms. Frasca is unable to commence and complete the work on the contract, so it will not proceed. Thank you.
May I follow up?
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So would it be fair to delete that line as not an active sole source contract? Or did the sole source contract actually go out and was executed and the money's just not going to be spent?
Through the chair, I believe that is the case. The contract has been executed, but will not be spent. The funds will not be spent on this contract, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It certainly raises an interesting question. How do we deal with those things in reporting? But I don't think we'll solve that here tonight. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Zalatel beat me a little bit to the punch, though. I think my line of questioning was a little bit different, but on that same line in the AIM. A little bit disappointing to hear that kind of analysis isn't going to be done because, just for a little bit of background, PVRs is something that was set up during, I believe, the most recent Sullivan administration. And to allow for collection of metrics across departments on the work that they are doing and whether departments are achieving the results and services that they promise to. And by and large, the implementation of PVRs hasn't really met that kind of goal. It's just a bunch of pages of numbers that don't really tell any kind of story. So the question has been asked multiple times over the years, should we just get rid of this program that isn't really doing anything useful or retool it into something that could be meaningful? And I was fairly confident that Ms. Frasca could, just based off of what I saw here, could actually, and what I know of her expertise, could help lead in a lot of this work in a contractual role. But hopefully that's something that OMB will continue to pursue in the future. By and large, I am very interested in exploring this question through the Municipal Audit Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. A couple people in the queue. Mr. Cross.
I'm just wondering if Rochelle Algar, since she's here from purchasing, has something that she might want to add. I saw you waving your hand frantically. Nothing? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to let Mr. Colhase bump me and then come back to myself. Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Member Rivera and to the body, I think that looking at PVRs has been an interest for a while. I know that previous OMB Director Lance Wilbur had an interest in doing that. He's carried that interest through to his role as the Executive Director of Community Development. Clearly, OMB had a current interest in doing it. It's unfortunate that Ms. Frasca has had this conflict come up and is unable to perform. I haven't talked with the OMB staff about it today because I just learned about this today. I would suspect that there will be a new effort to contract for this review. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have myself in the queue just to say that I am in the camp of we should consider getting rid of this report, and we should find a better way to report on these issues because it's an extraordinary amount of work that sits on a link on an internet page and does no good. And I hate wasting staff time doing make work. And so whatever analysis that gets done, and we should do it, should streamline it. And I understand the directors find some of the information valuable. And I think that we might start there, do some interviews with the directors who actually use it and streamline it based on who's actually getting value. Because at this point, I can assure you, nobody on this body is getting any value from that report.
Through the chair, I can say that that has been a discussion this summer with directors to look at PVRs and make sure that they're meaningful to them and that they provide valuable information. Thank you.
And make work makes me a little crazy. So, right, with that, members may proceed to vote. Motion is to accept.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AIM 183-2023 has passed the body. Next, we're on to item 10F6. 10F6 is AIM 185-2023, construction contract change order report for the period of March 8th, 2023 to September 6th, 2023 for the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
So Mrs. Zalatil has moved, Mr. Rivera has seconded. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a newer requirement. I believe this is maybe the first change order report we've received under the newer requirement. So wanted to flag this just because it's the first one we've seen. There's really not a ton of information there, and it's in really, really tiny print. But the Budget Committee, it's my intention to work with Ms. Brawley to have us have a conversation about how we want to look at that ordinance compliance. It looks like it's being done by department, and if it makes sense to just continue to get them sporadically, or if it makes more sense to get them on a regular time scale. So we hope to have that discussion a little bit at the Budget Committee so that these can have a place to be discussed and have some context. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just add that if they're going to come from each independent body, we probably want to look at how the information comes to us as well, not just when. So anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to accept.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AIM 185-2023 has been accepted. Next we have item 10F9. Information Memorandum AIM 189-2023, legal and financial settlements paid by the administration resolving claims against the municipality.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, I didn't have that one circled. We'll go back. 10F8, Information Memorandum AIM 187-2023, Board of Equalization 2023 Annual Report. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, I have no issue with the report itself, but I did want to call attention to the fact that in the report, which I encourage you to read, it's not long, it looks like members who are serving on the Board of Equalization have not received their compensation for their service last year, and I guess that's a board that does receive compensation, which makes it unusual among our otherwise volunteer boards. So I just wanted to call attention to that. And I wasn't sure, it looks like that is something that's staffed by the clerk's office. But just wanted to raise that question. I don't have a specific solution now, but wanted to make sure folks were aware.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to disclose that I declined to accept payment for service on that board since I was serving on that prior to this body.
All right, and is this the one that the assembly populates when you go out and find people? So a stern warning to all of us, at some point soon, we probably need to do a recruitment campaign, because if we don't find people to do this work, we get to do this work. And so at some point before the end of the year, probably we'll have a discussion about recruiting individuals who could serve in a capacity on this commission. And from the perspective of the pay, I think I had some conversations with the folks in the tax office, and they feel like they can't make the payment because this is an appellate process to their work, that the payment should come from us. And so we'll figure out a process. We can make that work. It has to happen soon, though, because they've been waiting a long time. And are you back in the queue, Ms. Barley? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to also clarify that per this report, the compensation in municipal code is $50 per session. So I just wanted to be very clear about what level we're talking about. But as it notes, it is at least a symbolic gesture that may be beneficial in recruiting and maintaining members, which is a quote from the report. Thanks.
We'll put that on our list to figure out in the next couple weeks. Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AIM 187-2023 has been accepted by the body. Next, we have item 10F9, Information Memorandum AM 189-2023, legal and financial settlements paid by the administration in resolving claims against municipalities, officials, and employees. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. So thank you for preparing this report. There are a few questions I have about it. This report is indicated to span multiple years, so 2 quarters in 2022 and 2 quarters in 2023. It would be really good to know which quarters involved which settlements, because settlements we pay out often in the current calendar year are on our mind as we enter the budget season for the next year, realizing a lot of those go above the tax cap, but it is one of the factors we consider. Additionally, it would be really good to have either the previous years or some historical information about these types of claims, and is this like a typical number or is this an abnormal number of claims? Because without that context, it's hard to know if this is anomalous or business as usual for the municipality. And then I think the other piece is possibly if there's any fund source other than using the mechanism that we typically use, which is to take the settlements from the previous calendar year and tax above the cap for them. So if there's some other fund source being used to satisfy any of these claims, that be indicated as well. I really appreciate the report, but in order to make it the most useful that it can be as a tool, which is why we request these reports, I think those things would be good. Also, so that the public has some context for this. Right now, it looks like a lot of money, and it's a lot of information about these various types of claims. And if my constituents were to ask about these, I wouldn't be able to give much information as to whether this was typical or atypical, except for maybe those settlements that had been reported in the press or that the Assembly had been actively involved in. The other thing I wanted to mention is mainly for the public, the Assembly is not involved in settlements typically, legal settlements. In some instances where we think they're of particular public importance, we have involved ourselves in making sure we get the opportunity to approve those settlements, but the majority in this report are ones that we are unaware of and that move outside of our Assembly process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colhase, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a kind of an overview comment. The claims are clearly broken into kind of 3 different areas. Department of Law claims, liability claims, and workers' compensation claims. With respect to liability and workers' compensation, I will verify this, but my understanding is that many of those claims are paid out of the municipality's self-insurance fund or the insurance that is built on top of the self-insurance fund. And those, the general liability claims are things like police officers who may strike a citizen's vehicle while in pursuit, things like that. And then workers' compensation is generally self-explanatory. But from my perspective, I will get that information and make sure that that is accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue and then Ms. Brawley, so I'll just...
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I wanted to thank the Department of Law for getting this to us. And I recognize that it's hard to kind of do this work and go backwards to get more information for us. And so I want to express my gratitude and say that we will probably not have time before the end of October to do a work session, a special meeting with an executive session to get another legal briefing. But I think probably sometime before the end of the year it would be wise to recess and have another free-ranging conversation about this and other legal matters. All right, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. Just a brief follow-up in terms of the fund source questions. Thank you, Mr. Colles, for clarifying where settlements are typically paid from. And I think the question is really about the large 2.45 million settlement, and then also to add to the follow-up, or the request for follow-up information is why there were two other settlements included in the preliminary budget and not that one, and if those were also paid out of that same fund source. But again, not a question for right now, but just noting.
And the CFO managed to talk through my thick skull and help me understand the 2.45 million, and so he's probably briefed and ready to go if you want to go bug him over there. So anyone else on this matter? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Again, thank you to the Department of Law.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 189-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10G2. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Move to introduce and set the public hearing for the meeting of February 7th.
Second.
Third. Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Ballin, who was the third? Mr. Cross. So the public hearing on this item is set for February 7th. We'll have some time by then to have a work session with the Health Department staff and the Animal Care Control Board to understand what they're asking. Thank you. Next, we have item 10G7, which the intent is to allow to die for lack of moving. So don't do anything. You're asked not to do anything. And then finally, we have item 10G10. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me get my notes pulled up really quick. So on 10G10, I want to move to introduce and refer to P&Z.
Second.
We'll refer to P&Z and then set the public hearing for the regular meeting of 12/19.
Okay, now I have a motion and a second by Mr. Salt. Third. And Mr. Cross has been the third. And just so folks understand what just happened, the motion was to introduce and set for public hearing at the meeting on December 19th with a referral to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Can I speak to that briefly? So,
Really not.
no? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yep. It's done before you could have. Once it's done, it's done. So at least that's the practice. I believe we got through all, what did we? Just 1 minute, folks. Okay, we did. Okay, thank you. Then we will now recess for a regular dinner break, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Don't curse us. I think we're just, Mr. Salt, are you on the phone?
I'm here, thanks.
All right, thank you. I think we're just waiting for Mr. Johnson, but we can go ahead and get started. Next item on the agenda is item 11A. Item 11A, ordinance AO 2023-81, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage, amending AMC Chapter 1150, certain other sections of the code, and Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations. Accordingly, public hearing was closed 9/12/2023. Motion to approve was seconded by Mr. Volin. Motion to approve is on the floor.
Move to refer to the naming panel to be reconsidered, and I can explain why.
Would you also like to continue?
I need to reopen public hearing. Correct, I need to reopen public hearing and set that date for December 19th.
Second.
And refer.
And refer.
Thank you. So the motion is to reopen public hearing, set it for December 9th, and refer to or 19th, and refer to the naming panel for additional public hearings. So, Mr. Presredia.
Thank you. So it appears after some research was done that the public hearing was not, this was not publicly noticed properly, and it was noticed as an event and not, what is the term I'm looking for, Mr. Chair?
Public hearing. Public hearing.
Thank you. And so we would like for it to go back to the naming panel and for them to follow the procedure properly. And I just would add before, if anyone else wants to speak, that additionally we received an information memorandum from the administration trying to address some of the items that were brought up at the last meeting in terms of the procedure that the naming panel followed. And I would just giving them more time to go back and to have a public hearing and to notice it properly. But I would also really encourage the naming panel to look through the code and go through the proper procedure and bring that information back so that they properly follow the code. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess a couple questions. One question for the mover and then one question for Assembly Council. I'll start with the mover. Is the intent here that we refer this back to the naming panel for a public hearing and that they will redo their final recommendation?
The motion is simply to refer it back to the naming panel so that they can properly notice and hold a public hearing. That's the request.
Let me be more specific. So after the naming panel has their public hearing, then will they make their vote again on the final recommendation?
I would like to speak to that briefly. So practically speaking, the public hearing wasn't properly noticed, therefore it effectively didn't happen. Therefore, any action subsequent to the public hearing is not valid until such a time as the public hearing is conducted within the rules, and then whatever action they choose to take after addresses what comes out of the public hearing process. So that's the gist.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's what I thought, Mr. Chair. Thanks. So then I guess my second question to Assembly Council. So what is the ability, once we get this back in November, or whatever that date was, December, once we get this back in December, what is the ability of the Assembly to make any changes to the recommendation? I don't know if Assembly Council is listening to my voice. Okay.
No, through the chair to Mr. Rivera, I am. One moment, please.
I might jump there as well. Yep, and wait for Mr. Gates. I know he's having a snack right now. He's got the breadth of experience with this question, and ultimately, it's a recommendation from the naming panel.
Okay, so I guess I'll be pointed. So then if the recommendation comes back to us, Don Young Port of Anchorage, this body, when it comes to us on December 19th, can say move to amend to Don Young, Port of Alaska, and that would be okay.
It is an ordinance of the body, yes.
Okay, thanks, that's what I need. All right, I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I just wanted to respond again to Member Perez-Verdia and Member Rivera's comments. We did submit that AIM that was a laid on the table item in response to the procedural clarifications that were requested by Member Perez-Verdia and Member Rivera. And I want to thank those who, in the mayor's office, occupying some of the same roles that Member Martinez and Member Rivera did under the Berkowitz administration. They spent long, hard hours going through the audio, both of the panel when it held its public meeting in June. They also reviewed the audio from the last assembly meeting to make sure that those clarifications were made and the requests made by this body were answered. So that's why we submitted the AIM. I also want to note for the record that, Mr. Chair, you brought up to me before the meeting that this panel that met in June was noticed on the public events page and on the mayor's events page, but was not noticed on the public notice page. And I had an opportunity, Mr. Chair, to verify that yes, it was not an auto-delete. In fact, it was not on the public notice page. I think it is the administration's position that this was sufficient to answer the public notice requirements. But I would ask, Mr. Chair, in the future, because I think you have seen that the administration is willing to fulfill the requirements requested by the body at a meeting, we'd ask that these things be diverted as I tried to with the emails that I sent to Member Rivera and, I'm sorry, not Member Rivera, Member Perez-Verdia. We'd like to discuss these things at a time that allows us to respond rather than just before the meeting. So with that, we defer to the body. Thank you.
Thank you, and put myself in the
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. In your packet, there's an AIM document which just kind of lays it out, and it is worth noting that, if it's in the packet, it is, you go to page 2, the actual events calendar, and I want to point out on June 3rd, there is a notice, it's approximately 4 lines from the bottom of the page with the calendar on it, that there was a naming panel that did make it onto the public notice page, which is the required public notice for a public hearing to be considered a public hearing that week, the same week. And so practically speaking, somebody figured it out for that naming panel. And I understand the person who's been doing this work is new to this job, and it's a lot trying to keep up in every detail. But still, the public notice requirement is the public notice requirement. And I urge members to support the motion to postpone so that the process can be done, to quote someone from that side of the dais, impeccably, or precisely, I think was the exact term at the last meeting. So, Ms. Bronca.
So I'm a little confused. We definitely had public hearing on this issue last assembly meeting. What's that?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, I know Mr. Ward called in about this and spoke, so I remember that coming along. So somehow people did hear about public testimony, so if maybe you can clear up what this difference is.
I absolutely can. The code is very clear that a naming panel, the naming panel itself has to hold a public hearing. It's a separate public hearing from a public hearing required for a passage of an ordinance. And so it's just a separate requirement that is in the code, the old code. It's in the new code too. But it's a public hearing by that panel before they've made their recommendation.
I appreciate that.
The code is arcane. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I support postponement, first of all. Second of all, I do believe that this should go through a process, and I think some of what we're talking about is technical and procedural, but also I think fundamentally, this is really showing the limitations of the naming panel process, and I believe why other members made the move to propose a better code, essentially, and a better process, and one that elevates us above. But actually, my question, it's really a point of information, but it didn't feel worth interrupting the discussion. So this body, accepted the information memorandum, and I had to go back. It was at the July 25th meeting, and it was the recommendations of the Danyang Public Naming Panel. So that was the step before what's before us now. So I just wonder if we're sending it back, do we need to take any action on that item? And I don't know if there's any way to even do that, but just to note that was in the record previously.
I don't believe any additional action is required on an information memorandum. They're simply records presented to us. So I don't believe Ms. Zalatil has spoken to the item or Mr. Volin, so we'll go through the queue to them first. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Mr. Byrd's comments, and we were told that it had gone through the process, and we were just double checking, and I think it's really important that we make sure we get these things right, especially renaming or the possibility of renaming such a essential piece of municipal infrastructure. This is a very substantial renaming effort. I am hopeful that if this goes back to the naming panel, that there is some written documentation in the report that's transmitted to the Assembly as to the discussion a little bit more about the names considered. I found it to be rather scant, and if you are only coming to this issue as a public member, when you see it on an Assembly agenda, you're only seeing the documents provided. You're likely not going back and listening to the naming panel's discussion. So really having a fulsome report about how they landed where they land, I think helps educate the public, and also possibly cuts down on some of our conversation on the dais and really creates the record for the public to know why the Port of Anchorage, or the Port of Alaska, could be renamed the Danyang Port of Anchorage, and the significance of the panel, right? Because this is us taking potentially a recommendation of a number of members of the public and really needing to know what they're thinking. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Volin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting. I was one who voted not to postpone. However, after receiving the memorandums that were submitted, it actually gave me reason for pause rather than for confirmation that I wanted to continue to move in that direction. And I'm just wondering, and I think maybe my co-sponsors may remember better than me, I know that when we passed the naming commission ordinance recently, that we specified that the panels that were already underway would not be applied to those panels, but I am curious about the opportunity at some point, rather than to refer back to the panel, where it seems like there was not a public hearing and perhaps the process was not optimal, if there is a future opportunity to instead refer to the naming commission that we recently established. I would just say I'm interested in doing that.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Prisverdia.
Thank you. I want to just take a moment to be really clear that not only was the public notice not followed, but the transcripts, and thank you for the transcripts, it really helps to demonstrate that the policy was not followed. The policy clearly says, when considering the naming or renaming of a public building or other fixed fixtures, public places, or preferred practice shall to give public property historical, cultural, or geographic significance, considering location, function, prior indigenous name, natural features. So none of that was discussed. And the people who were asked to be on this panel did not go through the code and go through the proper conversations that are required to be had in terms of considering other names, considering other ways of naming such a significant place. And so I would encourage that when this goes back, that this naming panel go through the proper per procedure and policy in terms of what's in code. And I appreciate Mr. Volan's idea. I think that, you know, I'm wanting to honor what we said and give this naming panel the opportunity to go through the right process and to publicly notice it. But I want to make sure that the public's hearing this, that this is a significant change in the name of our port. And so pay attention. And when there's an opportunity to come and testify and to give your thoughts about whether you think this should be named after this person, come and share those thoughts. Because it should be a public process. There should be an opportunity for the public to weigh in as to whether they want their port named in this way or not. Thank you.
All right, and I have myself finally in the queue. Just want to respond, Mr. Byrd, to your comment about trying to work together and respect each other. And I only found out about this issue at 3:40 today, and I immediately emailed you and Mr. Whitney and inquired about the status of the agenda, because I was told effectively that the agenda wasn't sent to or published with the notice, so the public didn't have any knowledge. And so my email to you was me reaching out. That's the first I had information. This wasn't something that I've been sitting on for hours and days. It was literally 3:57 p.m. today. So you were the first one I emailed. So on behalf of the mayor, Mr. Byrd.
On behalf of the mayor, Mr. Chair, I want to acknowledge that, and that is true. I would just ask that other members of the body, if they're doing research about procedural things, that we could be informed before 3:50 on the day of an assembly meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will do my best. Okay, members, now no one else in the queue may proceed to vote. Question is postponed to date certain, December 19th.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
No.
On a vote of 9-3 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-81 has had its public hearing reopened, been postponed to the meeting of December 19th, and a referral to the naming panel for public hearing. Next up, we have item 14A. 14A is AR 2023-298, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reappropriating $957,137.63 previously appropriated for use-specific emergency cold weather sheltering costs to the Anchorage Health Department for emergency sheltering. Waive reading.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item, because it involves the emergency cold weather sheltering costs, I previously was found to have a conflict and did not participate in prior appropriations regarding emergency cold weather sheltering costs. The Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness does not intend to provide any direct sheltering services, however, is likely to be involved and is involved in some of the pre-work as to identifying who may go into shelters, as well as continuing to do outreach. And that is what's contributing to, we're currently providing a survey about people's sheltering plans. And so I believe that I have a professional interest in this because it's really directly tied to a lot of the work we're doing around outreach.
So the item is appropriating funds to projects that you are supporting.
Sure, that's a fair characterization as to the emergency cold weather sheltering funding, yes.
The funding. So I think really it's the funding is the key piece here, that you are providing support to the funded entities. And I think for that reason, I will find that you have a conflict.
Thank you.
So what's the will of the body? Oh wait, this one's a public hearing, I'm sorry. Get me all scrambled up, one of those nights. The public hearing on this item is now open. I'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Ron Oliva, 48-year resident, represented by all you. And Mr. Constant, pretty quick on the gun there that your mind's already made up to bypass the public hearing. So I don't want to confuse your heads with facts, but this little shell game with the budget, and especially with alcohol tax, because you're getting negative feedback, especially from the bar owners and the people paying the tax, that it's not going to the appropriate places. So when you reallocate this money, you should have had a budget. You should have had a budget before the tax was initiated. But I'm a little concerned that the money for this cold weather sheltering, you say all the facilities are filled. Well, the maximum capacity of the Brother Francis shelter is 240. They're at 120. They could handle another 120. And they get $100 a day per person. That's $12,000 a day. That's $360,000 a month, somewhere in that neighborhood. And my concern is, you do these strange things about spreading the homeless services across the city, and you know that the camps spring up around the services, and camp followers follow them. Now, for you who are pikers, look up the definition of a camp follower. It was the name of the Alyeska Pipeline Service Company newspaper, but it was hookers. But now it's criminals, it's drugs, it's all the things that destroy a neighborhood. So in reallocating this money, I think it's, well, people tell me I'm crazy, but in a good way, but I say I'm not insane. To move the homeless away from the navigation center, such as shuffling them from the old Native Hospital site, which is at 3rd and Campbell. Please don't say 3rd and Ingra. Grubstake's been there for 42 years. That why would you bring them away from services? And Meg just left, obviously, but she has an outreach program. Why would you spend that $1.1 million going further away from the crown jewel and the answer to get them into housing if you distance them from the navigation center? It just doesn't make sense. And if you say they can't handle it, no one suffered more than me, and what's another 120 because I have 300 above the hill? So rationally thinking, which is rare, but it doesn't make sense. So when you reallocate this, budget, accountability, and another budget where it's going. Do you have any questions? Especially for you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oliva. I do actually have a specific question. You mentioned that the Brother Francis shelter used to have 240 individuals staying there, and now they have 120. But would you say that the shelter campus is more or less orderly than it was when it had 240 residents?
It's never been orderly, never, because of the camp follower. And when they got their conditional use, they have never taken responsibility for the negative effect on the community. And that's shameful. If they were held accountable, then...
Yeah, I believe my question's been sufficiently answered.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Levy, your time's expired.
Any other questions?
Nope. All right, anyone else wish to be
Accountability.
heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a comment, question, and then an amendment. So these funds come from two locations. One are unused emergency cold weather shelter funds from largely January through April 2023 shelter, which is great. We didn't have to expend all of those funds earlier this last winter, the second half of last winter, so we now have those funds available to us. And two, thanks to OMB, we finally have a solid picture of how much funds are left from the $400,000 appropriation to mitigate issues at the Sullivan, which I know has been a topic of discussion, which those funds were added into this item in the S version. I think it's important for us to set these funds aside so we know that they exist and can be used to meet any needs for October through December shelter. But likely and hopefully, most of this is going to go towards funding January through April shelter. Speaking of that hope, I want to ask Alexis Johnson to please come up. Does the Anchorage Health Department have a picture yet of the full budget needed to fund emergency cold weather shelter from October through April?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera. So our ITB is out right now, so we don't have a full scope of what the estimates are going to be. As you know, the coalition has always offered us $100 per person per day. Originally, our plan was to shelter 400 people, but I did want to add that we did get notice that the Barrett Inn will not be up to full occupancy by the time emergency shelter is open. So it leaves us with an additional 96 people that we should be preparing and accounting for. So I just want to put that on the table. We might have more information at our work session on Friday. So 400 people seeking shelter at $100 a day times 76 days up until December of this year leaves us at a budget of $3.04 million. And then going into January of next year through the end of April, you're looking at 400 people seeking shelter, $100 a day at 120 days of shelter. That's $4.8 million. So your total is roughly $7.84 million to shelter people, 400 people for almost 7 months.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I've been estimating 8 to 9 million, so I'm glad that we have that number, and I'm sure that number will get more refined, so thank you for that. So I guess with that, I'll go ahead and move to my amendment. So I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 1. Yes.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment moves forward with what I hope to be a quick competitive process to bring on third-party oversight of emergency cold weather shelter. So last winter, this was actually brought on very late in the season to help us transition out of winter shelter. So it was like 2.5 months or so of a contract with RRS, Restorative and Reentry Services, to do this kind of third-party oversight. I think it went fantastic, the services that they provided, both to the legislative branch and the executive branch. I think doing this from the beginning is going to provide adequate oversight from the get-go and really help to keep emergency cold weather shelter housing first focused, which is something that in the appropriations, we have talked about making sure that this is housing first focused. In terms of the mechanics of this, the chosen third-party oversight, again, we'll have what I hope to be a quick competitive process to figure out who that third-party oversight is going to be, would functionally have their contract with the legislative branch, but the work they do would be both with the legislative and the executive, very similar to what happened last year. It was a great transparent process with RRS, where they worked with both branches of government, reported to both branches of government, and addressed the needs and concerns of both branches of government. I believe that this amendment clearly lays that out, and I envision the exact same process here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
This is actually on the main motion.
Okay, I'm sorry I took you out. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. So my understanding, I'm just looking for your amendment, I dig it up. So the money would be going to a third party. So my only concern is that this is basically going to be the Assembly's money the way this is currently written, and I want to make sure that it either goes to the Health Department and it goes to, that the distribution has better oversight. So is that what your amendment is handling? Is that my understanding?
Thanks for the question. So this particular amendment, you were here last year. So last year, the Assembly put forward an amendment which it was an amendment to an appropriation which was a sole source contract last year because we didn't really have the time to do a competitive process. And we sole sourced with a third-party contractor to do the oversight. So this is similar to that, except for going through a competitive process, and that competitive, I hope to be quick turnaround competitive process will find whoever that third-party oversight might be. Could be the same as last year, it could be someone different, and the funds will be going to that third-party oversight.
And so to follow up, why wouldn't we just give the funds back to the Anchorage Health Department since we approve Health Department spending anyway?
Thanks. So this was just a choice that I made as the drafter of this amendment, that the funds would be going to the legislative branch and not to the Anchorage Health Department.
Okay, in that case, then I can't support this because I think that's what our health department is for. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brawley. Wait, we're on the amendment.
Yes.
Ms. Bronco, on the amendment? All right, go ahead.
I'm just going to echo what Mr. Cross said. I feel like it's more appropriate that this would be managed by the health department. And yeah, I really feel like there's a plan to have navigation services in the solid waste services administrative building, and that this is kind of, to me, almost looking like you're expecting there to be something bad happen. It's already like a negative tone.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you. So the point of third-party independent oversight is to provide the Assembly with insight and understanding of how things are working from another perspective, because we get regular reports from the Health Department. We get regular reports from the various entities. And so this worked really well last year, where we established a third party who came in and did analysis and provided insight both to the Health Department, to the Assembly, and to the contractors that we hired. And so for my part, I strongly support that this stays with us, because then we have some say in how the contracts and reports are managed, instead of it being a foreign contract in the other branch that just reiterates what we're hearing from the Health Department. So it's literally for third-party analysis. Thank you. Mr. Vaughn on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say I agree with you, and I think it's a lesson learned from sheltering at the Sullivan Arena, where for a while it was difficult to get good information. And while I respect the work that the Health Department does and what they are doing on emergency cold weather shelter, I think it's very important for us to have that direct line of information and communication and best practices. So that, we, at the end of the day, we are in charge of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars on shelter. And so I think for us to have that direct feedback is very valuable. And a contract for $50,000 to me would add enormous value to us making decisions going forward. Thank you.
Right, so I see Mr. Gates jumped in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked to speak just to give some context of last February's resolution and appropriation for third-party oversight. This issue was brought to our attention at the beginning of tonight's meeting, so I looked this up. It was AR 2023-43 as amended, and for amendment there in February, March 7th, at our March 7th meeting, was to add this very similar, like Mr. Rivera referred to, type of third-party oversight contract. The appropriation, though, was with the Health Department. It wasn't Assembly appropriation, so that's one difference with the amendment before you tonight. And then I would add that, I've been thinking about this and whether this is an executive function or legislative type function. It's really sort of gray. It depends on what exactly this contractor is going to do. If it's really carrying out our legislative functions by observing and reporting to the Assembly, sure. If it's more involved in giving some operational changes and directions to how services are provided, that might be more of an executive function. So can I clearly tell you which branch should do it? No, but I wanted to provide you my observation.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of this amendment, and just to note that we're talking about not just oversight over services, but also, we will have, basically hundreds of people, residing temporarily in municipal facilities. So it's also really important that we are caring for their health and safety. And I'm not saying that because I believe the Health Department doesn't share that goal, because I know they do. But as others have said, this is in response to and preventing another instance of, as I understand, situations that happened last year. Thank you.
Mayor Brunson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to kind of correct Director. Dr. Boland said, we've got money to spend. I think it's clear from what Mr. Gates said, no, you don't spend money. the administration spends money, you appropriate money. That is a distinction that we seem to be losing a lot lately, and to Dean's or Mr. Gates's contention that this is a violation of executive authority, to us, quite clearly, it is a violation of executive authority. So the Assembly does not direct us to do things, and certainly doesn't direct our employees to do things. They set policy and per the charter, and then they appropriate for that policy. What is actually spent is determined by the administration. Thank you.
I'm going to give Mr. Gates an opportunity to correct the record.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, with all due respect to Mayor Bronson, I didn't say exactly what you said I said. It's not a clear violation of separation of powers or clearly executive function. I said that was kind of gray, and it depends on what this contract specifically says that the contractor is to do. And I don't have those details in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I knew you were going to say that. It was self-evident. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to correct my vocabulary and say that we are in charge of appropriating money. I think we have very clearly seen when the Assembly appropriates money, the administration does not always spend it. That happened with security and sanitation around the Sullivan Arena, which is relevant to the item. I will say what I'm interested in is getting information about operations. I'm not interested in the Assembly having oversight of the health department, but I am interested in the Assembly having a direct line of communication about what is happening at the shelter and what the operator is doing. It's very clear to me that we don't direct the health department, but it's also very clear to me that we need to have timely information when we are evaluating our decisions about what to appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Is there a potential for having, I guess, multiple contractors overlooking, I guess, one effort? What I see here is it looks like we're dividing this up and we're chopping it up too hard. Does that make sense? If we're going to have an oversight for other contracts, it just seems to me like we're just adding layers of bureaucracy and confusing it.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that question. So, again, I'll just reiterate about what happened last year. So, across the board, the Anchorage Health Department, the operators, the clients, pretty much everyone, the Assembly members who were involved, pretty much everyone agreed that the third-party oversight that was provided substantially increased the success, no, that's not what I want to say, really just substantially bettered the operations while emergency cold weather shelter was winding down, and helped to formulate as much as possible a transition out of emergency cold weather shelter. So that's a lot of the work that I really want this third-party oversight to do. And I will say, this third-party oversight, don't see it as another layer of bureaucracy, but really as another part of the work that can really be, sorry, words are failing me right now. It's really another part of the work that's layered and I think helps make a more functional emergency cold weather shelter system. So I understand that people are thinking like, what the heck are we doing with this money? Why are we doing third-party oversight? It's oversight. Maybe third-party oversight isn't the right word that we're looking for, but it's really something that's going to be beneficial to our system. Thank you.
And just to follow up with that, I guess my thought is that, when we first started providing that, it was very messy. And every time, and as we go through, we're just consistently, it's never perfect, but we're getting better and we're learning from our mistakes. So, I hope we wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the past, but, I don't know how much of that was on third-party oversight and how much of that was on as we analyzed it, because in Assembly, we grilled them pretty hard and we brought people in, and it was almost like a trial in our Assembly as we said, here, what are the results, this is what we're hearing. I think a lot of that was our proactive approach, but so, $50,000, but I still think it should be just handled within the health department. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt hasn't yet spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to propose, it seems like we're hung up on where the money's being controlled by, so I'd like to propose an amendment to move it from the Assembly to the Health Department.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Mr. Salt and a second by Mr. Cross. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think people like the idea of oversight. I think I'd hate to see it get hung up on whether the Assembly does it or whether the Health Department does it. I think as long as we have it in place, it's a good idea. Thank you.
Anyone else? Are you in the queue for the amendment, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I'll say I support this amendment. You know, I was not here last year when the AR 2023-43 was taken up, or I guess earlier this year. But I recognize we are ultimately spending a large sum of money to enact the emergency cold weather shelter plan, and so I think $50,000 for oversight sounds very reasonable. But the rather compelling arguments that I'm hearing in favor of this and why last year worked, I'm also kind of seeing that, as I understand it, fell underneath the responsibility of the health department. So I'm not sure if there's a problem here that we feel compelled to fix by moving it to the Assembly, and therefore I think this seems reasonable and seems to avoid some of the concerns that have been raised by the administration. I will say, you know, whether this amendment fails or not, I support the underlying amendment because I do recognize the need for oversight, but this does seem like a better mechanism.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say we spent an awful lot of time talking about a homelessness issue, so I want to call the question. I think where we know this vote is going.
So if you call the question now, you're calling the question, I believe, on the amendment, right? And so we could find, the amendment to the amendment. We could find ourselves doing this like 4 times to get back to the main, and I think we're pretty close to a vote on this item. So I might suggest, while I appreciate your favorite motion a lot, that you might hold on to it for just a minute, if you don't mind. Thank you. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment that is to move it from the Assembly branch to the Health Department? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 7-4 and the youth member votes
No.
no, the amendment has passed. So we now have before us the amendment. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. I have Ms. Barley in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to direct members and the public to an additional item that was attached to this resolution, and I hope you will support it. It's the AIM, and it basically has a table, not just of monies being appropriated in this ordinance, but the action taken at the last meeting, just putting all of that funding in context in terms of what was passed last meeting for emergency cold weather shelter, as well as matching funding for a housing project. The items in this S version are also listed, and then and it accounts for 2 items that were previously removed from the last one. So again, just for those who want to track the details, I just really want to make that available. And then just to note, a prior version of this was shared at the Housing and Homelessness Committee on the 20th last week. This has been updated to reflect the S version. Thanks.
I guess I'll put myself in the queue. I am moved to not vote on the whole package. We've just empowered the administration to effectively check itself, and which means we're not going to have any checks. And so I just have to say, I continue to hear from an administration that says This is not your power. You can't spend money. Well, guess what? Also, you can't spend money, but you do. Two wrongs don't make a right. Accountability is important. And third-party accountability, when you have an administration that holds secrets, that does work in the dark, that puts forward items to us that haven't even been through the minimum of public process, it's not easy to get in the lane and say, I support this work. So I just want to put that out there, that I don't believe that the fox should be in charge of the hen house. Mr. Cross.
Well, I guess I'm on the other side. I commend this administration's effort and what they've tried to do with the situation that's at hand. It is such a complex problem that no one of us has a single answer. I have been going out actively on my own on the streets to help people on a one-on-one basis, and I have discovered an alarming amount of people who don't want help, that want to live on the street, and I don't know what we do about that. I've offered to put them up in vacant rentals that I have. I offer money. I offer, what can I do to help you? I'll help you go get an ID. I'll help you do whatever the challenges are. And there's people who just don't want help. And I don't know what you do about that. And it's a huge problem, and we're condemning an administration for dealing with a problem that's so complex that we've been struggling with it for years, if not decades, and we're having the same arguments we've been having. I go back and I look at minutes 12 and 15 years ago. It looks like the same conversation over and over again. Until we start on an individual level, start having compassion, and instead of sitting in chairs and telling people how to spend money to help the problem, but get off our butts and go engage with people on a personal level and take compassion and care with them, it'll never solve itself. You cannot hire someone to be compassionate. That is not kindness. That is deferring the problem to someone else's responsibility. So I haven't seen that with this administration. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know we're on the main item, but I do want to post out, or I want to comment and point out that the amendment that we just moved, now that funding for third-party oversight is under the Health Department, I just want to make sure that we are aware that the language says, the agreement shall require the organization providing third-party oversight to publicly post a process for individuals to lodge complaints and concerns about these facilities and services, and shall also require the submission of regular reports to both the Assembly and the administration. So I think with that stipulation in there, that we are going to get regular reports. I totally hear the chair's concerns about sort of who's reporting to who, or what's the source of our information, and where is their true accountability. But I think so long as we're getting reports, that I feel comfortable moving forward on the main item. Thank you.
Mr. Bronson.
I asked Alexis Johnson to come up and give her opinion on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to the body. So I just want to start off and say thank you for passing the amendment to pass over the funding to Anchorage Health Department. It's really important, at least from our standpoint, to have contract oversight of the third party as well as operations. That way, if there are corrective actions that need to take place, we can direct both third party and the operator to work in cohesiveness. There is some trouble. Let's say, for instance, RRS was contracted through the Assembly last year. The direction would be coming from the contract administrator, aka you, and then we would be giving direction to Henning at the time. And so there's a conflict with that, and so it's really for ease of operations from our standpoint to have contract administrator of both parties. Secondly, I just want to say that our department and our division has been very forthcoming and transparent with every hiccup, every issue, every possible scenario that we have had with homelessness. I feel like we've never had any secrets coming from our health department. We've been very forthcoming with that information. So I do want to say it's not the fox and taking care of the hen house. And so I really want to make sure that if we do have issues with this site, that is being brought forward to the public and we can work to correct that. Secondly, there are some differences between last year's Sullivan Arena contract oversight versus now. This is a smaller footprint. We have a lot of lessons learned. And so I really just want to make sure that going into emergency cold weather shelter season this winter, answer. We have a lot of transparency, a lot of lessons learned, and really be forthcoming with everything that we're doing moving into the future. That's what I've established for myself, and I know that Director Rash has established that for the Health Department. And so thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you passing that amendment.
We got a simple regular report tonight for another department. It had 4 lines on it. 1 out of 4 lines was completely wrong. And so just because we receive a report doesn't in fact mean it's accurate or truthful. And so I am skeptical. Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So really, for me, this question comes down to the trust we have of this administration to hold themselves accountable. Last winter, it wasn't until we had third-party oversight that both branches of government could trust that we got the transparency that we wanted. So for me, voting yes on this with that particular amendment, the way that it's crafted, is going out on a limb. And for the new members, me oh my, I really hope that we don't have anywhere near the same kind of situation that we had last year, where this third-party oversight was so beneficial and did such amazing work to try to remedy a situation that was hell. So with this vote, we're really putting our trust in the administration that they're going to be able to find that third-party oversight that can do the job. And I hope that we're comfortable with that. Thanks.
Anybody else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1 with 1 member recused, the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AR 2023-298 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 14B, AO 2023-90, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending AMC section 3.20.140, Office of Equity and Justice, and section 7.10.030, powers and duties of the purchasing officer. Somebody say waive reading.
Waive reading.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Lori Pickett. I'm with Alaska Literacy Program, and tonight I'm here to testify in support of all things language access, specifically addressing and expanding language access in our amazingly diverse and culturally rich city by ensuring all municipal departments and contractors follow the established federal requirements, and that regular systems testing ensure that language access plans are being implemented by the employees directly interacting with the public. Alaska Literacy Program provides adult education and family literacy. In the last fiscal year, we served 892 adult students who came from 72 countries and speak 56 languages. In addition to its core mission of literacy, ALP's Peer Leader Navigator, PLNs, program recruits students and community members who are immigrants and refugees to receive health literacy and system navigation training to provide additional community support. As many of you are aware, the work done by the PLNs proved invaluable to our city during the pandemic. By coming together as trusted messengers supporting our underserved community. The PLNs are my strongest resource to share the community's language access experience with you all. Often, when language access is not provided, the burden is placed on the family member with the most English, and in immigrant families, that is often the children, potentially resulting in lifelong trauma and disrupts the family power balance. Having a language access plan is a good place to start. Everyone interacting with the public needs to be trained and supported to use it, even when we train PLNs on how to look for established language access plans and request one of the listed services. They and their clients are often met with discouragement and told it will cause delays. Sometimes they are even told, I don't know how to do that. Last year, a PLN went all the way to court to fight for language access for a client. Every time this client requested an interpreter, the line was dropped and the client simply could not be connected with services. We involved Alaska Legal Services, and it was resolved within weeks. When the PLN shared their experience with fellow PLNs, there were nods around the room. This is a very common experience with service providers throughout the community. During the pandemic, we saw similar issues with the emergency housing funds contracted by the Muni. We tried to help agencies and the Muni strategize ways to provide meaningful access, but ultimately PLNs just ended up having to work twice as hard. This service received direct funding from the Muni to fill those gaps. This is the reason we see the need for this ordinance. It is not uncommon for me to hear disparaging remarks about people who do not speak English or speak it without accent. I find that heartbreaking and ignorant. Many of the hardworking members of our community who need language access are providing critical services in their employment.
Can you go
They
ahead and
work in
wrap up?
healthcare, tourism, fishing. Can I finish?
Quickly, 10 seconds.
Construction, food service, cleaning, and childcare. They often have the most physically tasking jobs and work difficult and challenging schedules. They are taxpayers, churchgoers. Their children go
Thank
to
you.
school with our children.
We really have to stop.
Okay.
I don't see
well,
anyone with questions for you.
Any questions?
No. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I am actually in the queue.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
Thank you. I would ask that if you could submit your comments to us by email, I would really appreciate that. And then was there one final thing that you wanted to share?
Well, I just wanted to share how amazing the people are to our community and how much we rely on them to provide the services to keep us uplifted, and they deserve access, language access.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? There's no questions. Thank you. Anyone? Come on up. Welcome. Oh, Mr. Cross. Okay. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Joan Ryan Estate, and I'm from the Taco neighborhood. So as I mentioned earlier, Alaska did their first needs assessment in the Hispanic Latino community this year. And I want to share our findings on language access so you have evidence-based information on this matter. Something that stood out in our needs assessment is an innate desire both to understand and to be understood by the broader Alaskan community. Yet this is prevented by community integration barriers, like the profound lack of access to Spanish language resources. This lack of language access is pervasive. Our findings show that 54% of Latinos speak Spanish daily, 27% report being bilingual, and 43% of the Latinos in our state report that they have needed to use translation services for medical care, legal assistance, and even in places like a shopping mall. What's particularly more concerning is that in the rare cases that Spanish speakers have access to these services, they often report discriminatory experiences, especially those who have a thick accent or don't speak English. So what is our call to action? This community, which is happy and committed to our state, plays an essential role in our society and deserves to be included. In our opinion, the next step for this inclusion is focusing on language access. This means providing more robust language and social services resources that allows for Hispanic Latinos in Alaska to participate effectively in our society. This can include increased translations of documents of government procedures, ensuring availability of translated legal and medical resources, as well as interpreters, seeing our community as a whole, and creating meaningful collaborations to address our needs. This transcends our community. Alaska is one of the most diverse states in the country, and while our research focuses in our community, similar steps need to be followed to increase access for all languages. In addition, it will bring us into compliance with federal law as Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and Executive Order 13166 encompasses language access. Therefore, complying with language equity allows for our state to participate in more federal grant programs and assist not only our state Latino community, but also our whole population. It's time to include the Alaska Latino community because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my legal name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, trans-Alaskan woman. When it comes to Alaska, and it definitely comes to Anchorage, the only thing I have to say when it comes to anything woman-owned or woman-directed is that we don't have enough women in this state that are recognized for what they do. With this comes a lot of hurt feelings, frustration, and aggravation when it comes to being able to bring them and include them. And so, as I say, as the trans woman I am, language as far as it goes from what the lower 48 is to Alaska, we are behind the times in being able to understand the woman's movement because we have for so long been at a disassociation with women through our history. As far as the young lady that just left, I mean, we're always changing, we're always evolving, trying to be the more equality place that we are. With that, growing pains do happen, and as a person that has just recently been faced with language barriers being an issue in my own cab, as well as actions compared to what the lower 48 is versus what is acceptable, I believe, in Anchorage, Alaska. We are all learning, and we will continue to learn to work together. The Assembly has shown a great deal of growth this year, and I continue to encourage that they do find ways to work within each other, within the situation, the issues. I know we have a strong, educated mind. Everybody a little bit different, and that's the beauty of what we have for our Assembly, as well as our town, as well as our state. You know, we are working diligently hard to try to become that equality aspect to maintain a status of what we consider a sanctuary city. This being on the docket, anything we can ease to make a woman-owned business more of a prevalent focus in Alaska as far as Anchorage goes. We have shown over time, as far as women goes in the lower 48, women-ran businesses are usually a lot more organized in different ways than men. In that, to make it to where they are known and be shown that a woman is capable of doing such things in a business to bring up the equality of not only pay, recognition, and acceptance in business is definitely always a movement of growth that we need to continue to move forward in. So I do encourage that if we can make the language to where the reports are easier and in compliance with the federal language, let's do so that way we can have the equality that we are known for.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, I think it was second by Mr. Martinez. The S version, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a comment, then an amendment to this item. So the idea behind this ordinance is pretty simple. We, as a municipality, should be providing basic accountability and transparency on the work being done to meet federal requirements. When asked what the basic equity landscape looks like, we should have easy access to that baseline data that helps describe that landscape. We should be able to tell that story fairly easily. That's it. This is a fairly simple ordinance that, in my opinion, doesn't really push the boundaries all that much, but it is a really critical ordinance. We, both the executive, legislative, public, royal we, all of us, need to understand the landscape so we can make wise policy decisions. How can we say we are making progress in some of the outlined areas outlined in this ordinance? So economic opportunities and outcomes, educational opportunities and outcomes, physical and mental wellness and access to resources, and the overall access to and provision of municipal services, unless we see the data moving in the right direction. How can we decide where to expend our energy and resources unless we have a sense of the baseline data? So stepping back, for me, this journey really started with language access. I got tired of hearing complaint after complaint after complaint of a basic federal requirement that we must meet not being adequately met in our community. So this ordinance really ensures that we know who is responsible for providing that accountability and ensures that there is transparency of whether we are meeting these responsibilities or not. If we're not, we should know. Just a quick closing comment. Nothing in this ordinance is combative or assumes that things aren't happening. In fact, I was very glad to hear from the administration at the work session on Friday the claims that all of the things outlined in this ordinance are happening. That's great. Now it is time for that work to be shared with the Assembly and the public, and for us to build on that work in a collaborative way. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mrs. Alatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thanks. So this is an amendment that was requested by the administration to clearly lay out legal authority for the OEO director to work with other departments to get us the information we are requesting in this ordinance, specifically with regard to the affirmative action plan. Assembly, legal, and the Department of Law work together on crafting this ordinance. Thanks, or excuse me, this amendment. Thanks.
All right, I have a cue on the amendment. Mr. Bronson?
Thank you, Chair. I ask Erica Berry to speak to this issue.
Sure, so this is to the amendment, right?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you, Ms. Berry, you have the floor.
Okay, this is on?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Erica Berry. I am the Director of the Office of Equal Opportunity. And I just want to state, I'm not here to dispute anything with the amendment or what is being proposed. I just wanted to, I was very grateful to the chair and to everyone that I had an opportunity to speak on Friday. Like I had mentioned, I've been in this office almost 9 years. And I don't think the OEO office has ever been called on, I mean, and I know you can ask previous directors. People don't really know the office exists, the duties of the office, which is fairly normal. The OEO office has, like I said on Friday, a number of duties. I am currently the only one that works in the OEO office. Historically, there has been...
Point of order.
Okay, what's your point of order?
I don't know exactly how this addresses the language or the amendment specifically. This seems to be a history about the OEO office, and we are on the amendment. And so if there is a broader context as to the ordinance, I think that that could be when we're back on the main motion. Thank you.
I think that's a true point of order. I'll uphold it. That idea on this question is a question of this language, and then when we get back to the main motion, I think it would be germane to have someone bring it back in. Present a broader perspective of what the office does.
Sorry, can I speak?
Yep, you have the floor.
Thank you. So it is to the proposed amendment, specifically the S item D that we received today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I apologize, that's kind of where I was going with this. The duties of the OEO office, I do not have anything to do with municipalities' affirmative action plan. I do not collect the data on hiring, firing, anything like that. My office has nothing to do with increasing diversity within the municipal workforce. I do it for businesses that we're trying to contract with the municipality. And additionally, at the bottom of Section D, I do not do the discrimination claims that are filed with state or federal agency in court. I am not the record custodian of that. That is all done through the municipal attorney's office. So me providing this type of documentation, I do not have it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the concerns brought up, and I think that's the whole purpose of this amendment. So as you can plainly read in the amendment, it essentially says the director, their responsibility is to submit a memorandum to the Assembly that these things are happening. It's not for the director to do the work. It is for the director to coordinate with the department, with HR and the Department of Law, and they are the ones responsible for doing the work. The affirmative action plan we know lives with HR. The other work you described lives with the Department of Law. It is to submit a memorandum to the Assembly that said work is being done. That's the scope and limit of what's described in D, and then the amendment provides that additional clarity, just so it's very clear that we're not expecting the director of OEO to do all of that work.
All right, so I have a slate of folks in the queue to the amendment. Mr. Cross? Ms. Brawley?
Main motion.
Mr. Martinez? All right, no one in the queue for the amendment. The amendment is before us. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
vote of 10 to 2, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. The amendment has been passed, and now we have the main motion before us as amended. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. So I'm going to sound like a crazy person. Okay. So, my wife is a Ukrainian immigrant, and she is the youngest in the family, so she speaks fluid English, fluid Ukrainian, and Russian. So she is often the interpreter for multiple individuals, filling out applications. We have several family members moved over as refugees, so I understand that. I guess my concern with these reporting is on a different thing, and this is an issue we've run into on with other family members, which is protecting their confidentiality. And I guess my concern is that if we have a government agency, and if you read through this and I go through my documents and we're saying in here that their duties is to report on the mental and physical well-being of the individuals into a report, I just feel as if they're requiring too much, or you're attracting, or you're collecting too much, confidential information. And so I don't know how you balance that out to help somebody who needs language help, and they need to be able to transfer, they need to be able to communicate those needs to someone, but at the same time, protect their confidential information when you're supposed to report that to the federal government. So I guess I have some conflicting thoughts on this. Thank you.
Can you point specifically to the language you were referring to?
I'm trying to scroll through here as I'm looking through it. It's on line starting with 8, chief equity officers shall be responsible for analyzing and identifying systematic inequities in the municipality, specifically addressing but limited to the following: educational opportunities, outcomes, economic opportunities, outcomes, physical and mental wellness, and access to resources. So I guess my thought is you're telling someone to collect what you think of them physically or mentally and process that data and hand it over to the federal government.
All right. What page was that again? I'm sorry. Page 2.
At line 8, starting at line 8.
Line 8.
And it goes down through line 17.
Right. Okay. Thanks. I'll let other people ask questions about that. I guess Ms. Brawley next.
Yeah, thank you. First, I support this ordinance, so thank you to the sponsors for bringing it forward. I guess 2 points. One is that I appreciate the more specificity for the Office of the Chief Equity Officer and the Office of Equity and Justice, because as I remember, following this issue as a member of the public when that office was created, many of our municipal departments provide direct services or they have to do with operations, and I think the vision and the intent for this office in particular is really to identify opportunities and start to do the work to make systems change. And so I just want to state that. And so in order to make systems change, you really do need to have a good understanding and be data informed. And then on the point of data, I appreciate Mr. Cross's concerns. Having been somebody who's worked with a lot of spreadsheets and data over the years, I believe the information that is being discussed is not individual, and maybe this would be left to the director, it's not necessarily individual surveys, it's really aggregated, de-identified data. And so it would be looking at, statistics of employment within the municipality, or, maybe folks who indicate that they have a diagnosis of some kind, but not individual information. And a lot of what I'm looking at on this list are really data sets that would be available from other entities that are already public and de-identified. So I guess I certainly appreciate the concern for privacy. I don't see this particular language addressing that or causing an issue for that.
All right. Next in the queue, I have Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and thank you, Member Brawley, for raising that point. I wanted to hit that point as well, very specifically, that when data is being collected with respect to identifying systemic inequities, we're not talking about individual data or individually specific information. We're talking about aggregate information to get a baseline data on systemic challenges. So first, this is great. This is great work. This is great news. When the original office was created, that was several years ago. And one note I wanted to just congratulate the mayor for keeping the position. As a candidate, when we ran for mayor, Mr. Bronson, there was a public forum that talked about the future of the chief equity officer. And at that time, I recall candidate Bronson saying that was not something that he expected to continue because of redundancy and et cetera and et cetera. Good news is that we kept the role. Bad news is that we have to now get into the next phase working together. So it's not bad news per se, but it's the work mode. And so here we are with work. And equity takes work. And dealing with systemic discrepancies in equity takes a lot of work. So on that front, I just wanted to commend the administration and our Chief Equity Officer for attending our work session last week. Thank you, Junior, for attending that work session with us. As we come alongside the intention of the office with some codification of the outcomes and the expected outcomes that we can have so that we all are working together toward making Anchorage not only more inclusive, but also really stronger. Because when we have a strong understanding of both language access and inclusive opportunity meets the opportunity for challenging and addressing systemic disparities and inequities, then we're only going to make Anchorage a stronger community by working together. So I wanted to shout out the administration for having this role continue. I wanted to shout out the Chief Equity Officer for working alongside of where we head with this work, knowing that it's in good faith that we're working on behalf of the public. And I wanted to thank my colleagues for their consideration of this important work as it moves this body, this particular office and a body of work that is so critical to so many people in our community, one step forward, knowing that this is not the last step to come, that there's more work to do on this front, but this is a tremendous positive step forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Alto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to turn back to this new section about what the Chief Equity Officer shall be responsible for in terms of analyzing and identifying systemic inequities. If this passes tonight, I would really like the sponsors to have a conversation with the Chief Equity Officer about their budget. I don't see this as all in-house work. I see this as the opportunity to contract with firms that specifically engage in this kind of work, look at community health assessments, look at the work and build upon the work that's already happening in our community. Because we can do this for our workforce, but if we don't put it in the context of the work that's being done as to our state and the residents of Anchorage, it doesn't have much meaning. And I don't think we necessarily, well, we may have envisioned the position to do this from the outset, at least I had, but the way the position is now and the undertaking this will require, I think requires some additional contract help likely. So I really look forward to seeing a potential budget proposal, if not as part of the general budget, then in the spring around first quarter. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Chair. I have to be honest with you. This looks like a solution in search of a problem. There seems to be suggestions that we are not compliant, we're not doing the job, that Junior's not doing the job. So what I'd like to do is call Tyler Andrews, HR Director, and then Junior Almabai to the stand to testify to the fact that all of a sudden now there's a contracting or a budget issue. We've got to create a budget to bring in another outside group to do what's already being done. So with that, I'd like to ask HR Director Tyler Andrews to come and speak.
On behalf of the Mayor, Mr. Andrews.
Okay. Tyler Andrews, Human Resource Director for the Municipality of Anchorage. First of all, I want to say that we're committed to working on affirmative action and that I'm very proud of the work that my office does on that. Ron Kamahele in my office took a program that was non-existent in 2019, that had been dormant for a decade, and he stood it back up, and he does a super job and provides some outstanding statistical work because, as boring as it may be for some folks, that is the heart of the activity in learning whether or not we have areas of underrepresentation or even areas where some of our human resource systems or our management systems could be functioning better on retention. We're committed to working with the OEO office. We already have. We do on a regular basis. Junior and I collaborate very well together, and I am thankful that his role is here because it adds to the role that we perform by providing the affirmative action plan. Most of my effort is around that plan. I'm not involved in the DBE or other activities covered by this legislation, but I do want to say that we take it to heart. You've seen us do some things that weren't done in the past with our updates to you all on a regular basis, and we started adding the road shows this year to go out to the individual departments. We started with the fire department. That was very well received, to show them how they look inside the plan so they can see where their goals come from and they can begin to think about how they're going to work on those. And it's really super to be able to take whatever those goals are and tell them, in addition to the resources that I provide around recruitment, that we also have the OEO office to assist us even further with targeted outreach to communities that may be underrepresented within our various departments. So regardless of how the legislation works, we will continue to cooperate together and do the best we can. I think we are going to continue to make improvements on the program as it is now, just as we already have this year. So I want to make sure you know that. I do have capabilities that the OEO doesn't have, and that's the data and how we process the data. And because of the staff that we have, we're able to stay very sharp on that statistical effort. And I think that dividing up that effort sometimes contributes to maybe, I speculate, why the plan didn't get done for a decade, because my staff does other statistical activities when we're looking at the hiring system and things like that. So they stay sharp, right? And I would be concerned if we separated the activity out, particularly that statistical effort, that it's hard for another organization that maybe does it once a year or twice a year to stay sharp on that stuff. It is quite a chore to take a snapshot.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Mr. Chair, just point of information. I'm having a hard time making a connection between this particular piece and what you're sharing. So I'm trying to see the relevance between what you're sharing with us and the legislation that's in front of us.
Thank you very much for, through the chair, keeping me on track. So the connection is, right now, it looks like the legislation changes the focus away from the HR to the OEO office as far as the responsibility of that statistical effort and the regular delivery of those reports. And what I'm saying to you is I'm committed to cooperating with OEO, but right now I think we're doing a great job, and I like the way we're delivering that information to you that for a long time didn't get done. So that's the connection, and thank you for keeping me on track. So.
All right, I think that's probably it. And then the mayor wanted to use this next round for hearing from Mr. Amawai. Is that right, Mr. Mayor? Yes. All right, Mr. Amawai.
Uluau Junior Amavai, Chief Equity Officer. Just want to say thank you to all the Assembly members that reached out to me and met with me during the listening tour initiative. And what that was able to do was be able to hear the different barriers that are happening within your community. But that's just one aspect of the work that I did, where I met with Assembly members, also met with the mayor, and then also the community. This office primarily works for community members here in Anchorage, whether it be through the municipality or through different organizations. I got a chance to work with Joan, listen to the needs assessment with the Heritage Hispanic community, and we're working with them as well. Actually, this month on the 13th, we're going to be having a Hispanic Heritage Month roundtable with the mayor, where we're highlighting business to be able to talk about the businesses here locally within the city, give them a voice. That's basically what it is, to be able to give different groups the voice to really talk about the different barriers that they're experiencing. Not every group experiences the same thing. Not every individual's experience the same thing. So I am a Samoan, but I also recognize that there are many different organizations within the Samoan culture that are represented here in Anchorage. So yes, as I do meet with different organizations, different groups, I have to make sure that every single voice is heard. And when every single voice is heard, then I could be able to relate the different things that we'd be able to work towards. So working with Martinez, he made it aware that we need to work on boards and commission with our listening tour, make it more diverse, and how we can find solutions on doing that. He was doing some work while he was in office. That gave me an idea to be able to reach out to different organizations to raise more awareness about boards and commissions and things like that. Workforce, Zalatel, you talked about workforce today. We've been doing that with the municipality. When I came in office, I made sure that this city held job fairs around the city, whether it be Fairview, Mountain View, which is a neighborhood I grew up in, and I know for a fact we never had one in Mountain View. Having these job fairs to have it more accessible to different groups within the city. We also had it in Spenard, and actually on the 13th, we're going to be having it on base for that population on J. Bear to recruit for the municipality workforce. So to sum it all, the work that we have, whether you recognize it or not, it's being done. And just like Martina says, it's a lot of work. And we've done a lot of work. As you can tell with Erica's office as well, the work that she's doing in there has been amazing. And so when she's up here speaking, please listen to the things that she has mentioned, because there's some things that her office is now doing that we haven't been doing. And now we're doing it at a very high level to be able to offer those resources for the municipality and also for individuals within the city. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Bronson, this will be your third round. Go ahead.
I thought we could ask as many questions as we want. We can't comment but twice. Is that untrue?
You have the floor twice on an item. So,
Okay.
but go ahead and...
Well, a question, I guess, for Junior and for Erica. Is there, in your opinions, is there anything federally, state, or even locally that we are not compliant in? Is there anything that should be done that is not being done in the field or in the area of equity? Again, I come back to this seems to be a solution in search of a problem.
Point of order.
I'm trying to figure that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
That sounded like debate to me and not a question.
It's fair. I think the question was, is there anything not being done? And that's a really big question. So we don't have a ton of time, but please take it.
Yeah. And I think you guys are going to see that with the audit that was ordered by the Assembly, where an audit was put in the Office of Equal Opportunity. And in the memo, it stated that there was nothing in the OEO office as far as compliance. So I think you guys can read that memo in the beginning. His notes state that the OEO Office of Equity and Justice, is compliant. And I'll just invite Erica up here to kind of just talk a little bit more about some of the great work that she's done, and also kind of give the triennial review.
Question narrowly was, it's a broad question, but it's narrow. Is there anything not being done? So that's the question.
No. Point of information, Mr. Chair. I also ask, is there anything that we're not compliant in federally or state of Alaska?
Right.
Thank you.
Yep, exactly. And I think that's generally speaking. Is there anything we're not doing is the question, whether it's compliance or federal, state, and local, I think was the term.
Yes, and just to answer the question, everything that my office is tasked to do, yes, we are federally compliant. And as I said, I have documentation that I can provide to everyone for that.
Thank you. We have a long queue here. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. All right. This is not called the Federal Compliance Act. All right, so this is a little broader than that. Let's just be clear about that. Let me help out the administration. And I have, we could look at the actual language so that this way we could all be on the same page. Page 2, Section 1, under Chief Equity Officer. And so let's just go down through a couple of those here. Based on this analysis, this is line 22, the Chief Equity Officer shall establish, collect, and evaluate equity baseline data. All right? Where's the equity baseline data? Can we have it? We've had presentations from various folks saying we're covered all the way around. But the fundamental role of this job begins with data collection and analysis. And so, based on this analysis, where is the equity baseline data that we're driving and we're using for performance indicators and progress benchmarks for addressing systemic disparities? All right, let's put a finer point on it. It said there was and I respect outreach, but the idea was that there was a tour to go around to find out where the problems were in the community. Wouldn't there be some requirement for data to even know where to begin that tour? What about to measure the outcomes of said tour? So I think we're missing where we are headed, Mr. Mayor. So you described as a problem in search for a solution. No, I described this as a solution that we're moving forward with respect to an office that has a responsibility toward addressing systemic challenges. So rather than have us say, because it felt like there was an issue in the community, the data will help us determine that. So the question is, for me, if there's going to be a retort from the administration, it's where is the baseline equity data across all of the different departments and areas that the Chief Equity Officer is involved with, not just necessarily federal compliance, but where is the baseline equity data today to the administration?
Next, Mr. Ball.
Oh, there's a question.
Oh, okay. Who's your question to?
To the administration.
All right.
Ms. Martinez, through the chair, yes. I'll have Junior speak to that. Thank you.
All right, welcome. Mr. Amava, you have the floor.
Thank you, Martinez. And I can definitely provide that data. One of the data that I can give you an example is when we held these job fairs for workforce accessibility within the city, our first one that we only had about 19 individuals that were present at the job fair. The other job fair that we had about 40. The next job fair, we had about 100. The next job fair, we had over 200 individuals. So I can provide you with the data with the outcomes that we've been doing as far as the different areas. But it's also, let's not downplay the compliance part for the municipality, because that is very important to understand that within the municipality, we are offering resources at a really high level.
So I believe you answered my question in the first place, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Do I have the floor still?
It is your question.
Thank you. And so thank you for really highlighting why it's important that we're moving on this particular ordinance. Because I don't, Mr. Mayor, want this to be optionally reported to the Assembly by any Chief Equity Officer and across any administration. I'm personally interested in having real accountability through the Assembly for understanding the systemic disparities. They're not just anecdotal. They're not just qualitative. There are fundamental quantitative information that we don't know all the questions to because it has to really be developed. So highlighting this for me just reinforces why this is so important. It should be understood as an opportunity to deepen the effectiveness of the role of the Chief Equity Officer with respect to the systemic disparities that we have. So should not be understood as an adversarial move, but this should be understood as something positive. And I think when we hear the optionality of information being given to the Assembly with respect to understanding the baseline data, that's just not acceptable to me. I think we have to have real codification of this so that the good work of a Chief Equity Officer can sustain across different administrations, not because they're just a good person, but because we have a fundamental role and understanding of their role within the administration and with respect to the oversight of the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to move a floor amendment. The clerk has the language on page 2 after line 36. It would, I guess do I need a second now, or should I read the language?
Second.
Okay. Yep, great. I'm going to tell you what it is. Page 2 after line 36, insert a new subsection F, and it would say that reports and data submitted under sections D and E shall not include identifying information or release protected health information.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion and a second. The clerk's going to take a second to catch up, I think. All right, so in the queue I have a bunch of people, but I don't think it's on the amendment. Mr. Cross, the amendment.
Oh, I support that amendment.
Ms. Braga. Okay, and the main motion, Mr. Rivera. And then, no, myself. So, okay, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment is amended, or the item is amended. Next, we have Mr., was that it, Mr. Bond? Okay, we have Mr. Cross in the queue.
Thank you. And so as we're collecting all this data, it reminds me when I worked on the slope, there was this one contractor we worked for. We really loved working for them because we'd have to get a daily work permit and then a safety work permit and then fill it out. And we had a 12-hour day. We would spend 8 hours filling out forms, and it was a joke, right? And so my question is for just OEO. This is just more data. If we're already doing this, and it sounds like is this, what is the negative consequences? Is this just more of what we're already doing that just takes away and being on the street and meeting with people and doing stuff? How does this really affect your job is what I want to know. Thank you.
Is this on?
There you go.
Okay, is it on?
Ms. Berry, you have the floor.
So are you speaking to my section as in the reporting, let's see, like the language access, the section D?
Yeah, so obviously, I don't want to vote for anything that's going to not only just make your life more cumbersome, but doesn't result in any positive influence. Does that make sense? That we're just adding things on for the sake of redundancy.
Right.
But feel like we're moving in the right direction. So how would this, how would you anticipate if this were to pass? It would either benefit you or be not detrimental, but or complicate your position. Thank you.
I think it would not be detrimental. As I said, my office has all of this information. My only concern was I probably would need to hire 3 to 4 more employees to report, especially the affirmative action plan, the discrimination claims and whatnot. By myself right now, I am responsible for overseeing all DOT federally funded contracts. I have to monitor 30-day reports. On top of that, I also have to submit twice a year uniform reports to the FTA, FAA, FHWA, In addition, every 3 years, a DBE program has to be approved, DBE goals for each of those 3 entities. On top of that, I also do municipal work. I have to do harassment, discrimination, sexual harassment training to all municipal employees. I take discrimination complaints, informal discrimination complaints from any municipal employee. So the workload in my office is a lot. I would say I've stayed because I'm very passionate about it. I'm passionate about helping small businesses, women-owned businesses. But like I said, most of this information I do have to report to the federal government, with the exception of the affirmative action, the municipal's affirmative action, hiring and firing goals and whatnot, and the federal discrimination complaints. I receive a copy of those if something is filed through the AERC or the EEOC.
Okay, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're just inadequately staffed to handle the additional workload this is adding on. And you would anticipate you need more people in a struggling job market. Is that what we're...
I would say yes, that is correct. Historically, the OEO office has always had 2 people, and like I said, there's always been, I think, a lot of oversight over the office. I've been there almost 10 years. This is actually, I would say, the first administration where they have been very involved in the work in my office, and what we are doing, asking if I need help and whatnot. But really, it's just a lot of people don't have a lot of knowledge of the DBE program, the small business program, and it truly just is a lot of work. Like I said, the only time I feel like people have ever recognized the office was when we were out of compliance about 10 years ago, and that's when everyone's like, so, yes.
All right, Ms. Braga.
So I just wanted to recognize your passion for what you're doing in your office, and I thought I heard that you mostly are working with out-of-muni businesses and people, but did I hear that wrong, that like this was adding a layer of kind of watching municipal employees for compliance that's not usually part of your job?
Correct. So, and I think I have noticed being in this office, there does become a lot of confusion between the federal regulations and municipal regulations as far as, my discrimination claims on federally funded contracts. That I do that if there's a federally funded DOT contract and there is a discrimination claim, I would handle that. But discrimination claims that come to the municipality, those go to our attorney's office. Stuff like that, yes. I would say I do a lot of outreach to women-owned businesses, minority businesses, to try to get them to become DBEs because we have minority goals on our federally funded projects. But as far as like the hiring and firing of the municipal workforce and trying to diversify that, my office has no role in that.
Chair, I was not quite done.
Okay.
So, not for you anymore, I'm sorry. So, the other observation that I've made is this almost seems like something that should be done in private. If Mr. Ombudsman, his office, you feel like he's missing data on, or he's not collecting exactly what you want, I would say that's a sit down somewhere and figure out exactly what you want him to collect and when the report is due. It feels, I would be crying now if I was down there. So he's a tougher man than I am. Anyway.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been an interesting discussion. So I want to be super clear about a few things. Responsibilities for doing the work is not changing from one department to another. I'm going to walk you all through this ordinance and let you know. With the amendment that we approved earlier, HR is still responsible for doing the affirmative action report. That's a still responsibility that they have. And the Department of Law is still responsible for the discrimination claims outlined in the ordinance. All that portion of this ordinance that was amended, which people keep coming back to it, is streamlines that work being done by those 2 departments through OEO who make sure that the legislative branch, us, and the public has access to that information. So, let me walk you all through this. The part in page 2, lines 8 through 36, all, and the new language that was amended in, all pretty much mirror parts of the job description in the Chief Equity Officer. Check, nothing new. Page 2, lines 46 through page 3, line 2. Director of OEO shall monitor the performance of DBEs. That's already being done. Check, nothing new. Page 3, lines 4 through 10. The director shall be responsible for departmental review of language access plans. That's already within the OEO office. Check, nothing new. I've already talked about D, page 3, lines 12 through 24. That work is still going to happen because of the amendment that the administration requested. Still going to happen within HR. Still going to happen with the Department of Law. Check, nothing new. Page 3, lines 50 to 51, and then moving on to page 4, lines 1 through 4. The purchasing director shall make sure that our contractors, as appropriate, are compliant with federal regulations regarding language access plans. That's something that the purchasing officer should be doing, because they're the ones that are responsible for making sure our contractors are compliant. Check. Nothing new, and that's the ordinance, folks. End of story. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks. I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
I'm going to try to keep it real simple. The staffing of the OEO office is clearly not sufficient. We have a whole office and one person who's in there part-time. And so there's like 5 offices, a big conference room, and it's empty except for one person most of the time. So I think there is already an argument that that office could use help. So it's not because of this ordinance, it's because of the general workload. But the mayor asked a question. Federal, state, and local, is there anything not being done? So I went into the portal of public records and looked for reports submitted to the assembly. We get communicated to by memorandum, ordinance, resolution, a handful of ways, not by meetings with members. When you meet with members, you meet with individuals. When you provide a report to the assembly, you communicate to the assembly. So I went into the portal and looked, and I found nothing, zero. So this office was created 3 years ago last month, and 0 reports. So at its heart, this ordinance simply says, give us a report. Report to us what your work is doing, accomplishing, what you are learning, so that we as a community can together grapple with the realities of the situation. It's not about the great meetings we've done in the community trying to help this or that individual, which is great, it's important, I really honor it. What's not being done, federal, state, and local, is the local government is not being communicated with in the language it speaks about the equity mission that we established. That's what this project asks for, I think, in its simplest terms. And on that note, because my peers I've been echoing this, I'm going to call the question, if there is a second.
Second.
Yeah, second.
Wait, Mr. Presverdia hasn't spoken. Do you feel moved?
It's been said.
Okay.
All that needs to be said has been said.
Thank you. So I made the motion. I have a second from Mr. Wall, and I'll take that. And I did that on behalf of Mr. Myers. The chair has asked, can I ask for unanimous consent for calling the question? Is there any objection? The question has been called. So now, in just a second, when the clerk catches up, we will vote on the main motion. Thank you, Vice Chair. Right, on the main motion, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
No.
On a vote of 9-3, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2023-90 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14C, AR 2023-295, a resolution adopting recommendations be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Policy Committee regarding the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan Public Review Draft. Public hearing on this item is now open. Public hearing. Now. Sorry,
So,
Ms. Gleason.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing
All right.
to our regular meeting on October 10th.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to continue by Mr. Volland to the meeting of the 10th of October, and
Yes.
seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Any discussion? Mr. Volland.
Yeah, so AMETS has graciously agreed to give us a little bit more time. The comment deadline for the MTP closes on October 9th, but we have a work session scheduled, and they will be present on October 6th. And so hopefully that will give us an opportunity to gather, to meet together and gather input from the various members that can be incorporated into our recommendations via this resolution. Thanks.
All right. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the reason to continue the public hearing is so that the public gets a chance to comment and also comment on our comments, because we'll go through a fairly lengthy comment process. Last year, our comments were really extensive on, not last year, maybe the year before, sorry, time sometimes has no meaning, but on the last MTP. So we really want those before the public, and if we were to receive comment tonight, there wouldn't be another opportunity necessarily to provide that comment or feedback to us on what we were wanting to advance, because whatever we advance as a body will be hopefully what the policy committee members advocate for to be adopted into the MTP when the policy committee meets. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to confirm, so I heard the public comment deadline is now October 9th. Our next meeting is October 10th. So I just want to make sure, like, we're good if we approve this on October 10th? Okay. I'm for the record, I'm seeing heads nod. Thanks.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, do you want to give some explanation what that means to some of the people who may have shown up to
Yeah, I
public
was
testimony?
going to do that.
Thank you.
That's why I put myself in the queue there. So for members of the public, if this motion passes, the public hearing will be continued to the meeting of October 10th, and that will provide an opportunity for us to have a work session, which is scheduled for 11:10 a.m. on October 6th, which is Friday, which will immediately follow a work session on the Land Use Plan 2040 update, so that we can have a conversation about our land use plan and our MTP and our comments to AMATs. And so the public hearing is not happening, it's just being postponed because we need more input. So with that, anyone else wish to speak on the motion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-295 has been postponed to the meeting of October the 10th with a work session. Okay, next item on the agenda, we have item 14D, AO 2023-88, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount of not to exceed $25,760,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of 2 solid waste service capital improvement projects. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed, and what's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of November 7th.
So there's a motion to postpone to November 7th. Is there a second?
Second for purposes of discussion.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Alatil.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I spoke with the CFO as well as the current Acting Director of Solid Waste Services. These types of items usually come to the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee. This gives us time to have a conversation about that. Particularly, I have some questions about if there'd be any new requirements placed on projects financed under this particular scheme that already aren't required, as well as to get more firm descriptions of what would be financed with $25 million. Right now, it says plan, design, and construct, but it's not terribly specific, and we also don't have specific timelines. And speaking with the Acting Solid Waste Services Director, he said he would be prepared to come to the next Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee meeting to provide that information. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting of November 7th.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that item has been postponed to the meeting of November the 7th. Next, we have AO 2023-89, an ordinance modifying the Central Spinnard deteriorated area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Cross. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-89 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2023-91, an ordinance amending sections 5 and 6 of AO 2015-49 as amended approved May 14, 2015 to extend the period of deteriorated area status of one portions of Block 41, original town site of Anchorage and adjacent real property located at the downtown business district to 2030 and to the site of the former Northern Lights Inn and adjacent real property located at Midtown or in Midtown to 2035. Public hearing on this item is now open.
Mr. Chair, move to postpone and continue the public hearing to the meeting of October 10th.
There is a motion to postpone. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Mr. Myers? Seconded by Mr. Myers. Go ahead, Ms. Alto.
Thank you. I spoke with the consultant for the applicants for the particular requests for extensions, and they will have more information coming as to the particular circumstances that apply to each of the extensions requested. Also, we're unaware that this would be up for public hearing tonight. They actually thought it would be introduced tonight, so just giving them the time that they thought that they had to provide us that additional information, and continued the public hearing specifically so that they could come and speak with us during the public hearing portion at the next meeting. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
I'll try to be brief. One thing that I asked the petitioners to consider is that if you read really closely, the second property that they have listed, the Northern Lights Inn former property, that they're asking to be extended to 2035, which would be a total of a 20-year abatement, 20 years. Their argument was it's because the property doesn't have anything built on it. And that it's a materially insufficient argument for a tax abatement, because I'm sure in your neighborhoods and all around this town, there are properties that don't have anything on it. And that would create a status of property where we could arguably have to provide tax abatement to all of those properties. So I've also asked them to provide more detail so that when we get the item before us, we have a rationale that argues why 20 years makes sense. So, anyone else on the motion to postpone? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-91 has been postponed to the meeting of October the 10th. Next, we have item 14G with the clerk's note. It's the intent of the sponsors to refer this item to the Planning and Zoning Commission and for it to return to the Assembly for public hearing on June 11, 2024. AO 2023-87, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly adopting the Housing Opportunities and Municipality for Everyone initiative.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open.
Move to postpone and refer to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a continued public hearing for June 11, 2024.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. The motion is to continue the public hearing to June
11, 2024.
11, 2024 with a referral to Planning and Zoning Commission. Any discussion?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalatel.
So this item has been through a couple of iterations and is now on its way, we hope, to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And just very briefly, from the initial introduction of something to take up zoning and address zoning issues with the original proposal back in May, I think of that, if you know how rezones work, I think of that as the pre-application that often property owners have to go through for a rezone. It's a pre-application, it's putting your idea out there. And then over time, and with feedback, that idea becomes the project. And I think the home initiative is the project. And that project ultimately goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then it comes back to the Assembly for action. And when it comes back to the Assembly for action, it's often a package of items, and it's usually a comp plan amendment, a land use plan amendment, and then the actual ordinance and Title 21 text amendments. So I think we're on the path of every other rezone that's ever happened in the municipality, but this one initiated from the Assembly side. So I look forward, hopefully with your support, to sending it on to Planning and Zoning, getting their input and feedback, and seeing where they end up with it, and having the conversation again at the beginning of next summer. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson, motion to postpone. Or, continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some concerns about the ordinance as written, but I also have some concerns about simply referring this to Planning and Zoning Commission. I mean, we've heard from the Planning Department that this is a pretty heavy lift, right? I mean, we're told that for them to undertake consideration of this AO, that in fact they believe they would need an entire additional staff person in order to meet that, which I don't believe we have, and I'm not sure if it's funded, and even if it was, how practical it would be to fill that position. I mean, we're talking about a very comprehensive look at Title 21, as well as potentially looking at the comprehensive plans. And so my concern is, as we say, this is simply asking Planning and Zoning to take a look at it. I mean, what is the opportunity cost here? I mean, this is going to be a heavy lift for them to actually do the work that we appear to be burdening them with, and I worry about what does it mean in terms of their ability to carry it out, and then also what sort of opportunity cost comes with that, because we do have other things that we were expecting Planning and Zoning to work on. I mean, we see on a regular basis changes to Title 21 come before the body, most of which are broadly supported by the Assembly and also by members of the public. And I would hate to see that work get paused or put on the back burner because we're imposing on them a significant, I believe, unfunded mandate, and so I'm reluctant to take the step, certainly without a better understanding from planning what the impact to them and their staff would be.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I want to speak in support of postponement and again, the adherence to process. I know that was a concern that was brought up by a lot of folks, but also I want to state to Mr. Johnson's concerns that I think it is not simply a matter of how many planning staff we have to do this work. We certainly don't have enough staff in a lot of positions to really do the work of the municipality, and yet it gets done. And additionally, I think there are opportunities to engage other stakeholders in this process, other expertise. There is potentially contract funding that will get discussed at a later time that could help with this, as well as an opportunity to look in our budget at the positions within the planning department. So I wouldn't say that in itself is a reason not to pursue this. And then I'll also say there are other pieces of Title 21 that need to be reviewed as part of this process. And so I think the benefit of having it postponed gives more time to look through those, consider the magnitude of those. And then I'll say also, all of this is happening in the context of a crisis, our housing crisis that we're living in, and we have been for many years, and the pace of change that we've made is not enough to keep up with it. So we need to do something differently than we are. And so I believe this is a good route to do that while still adhering to our required processes.
All right, Mr. Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I want to echo what Anna just said and say, we are considering postponing this to allow for more process, for it to go through planning and zoning, which is something the community asked for. And so the co-sponsors said, okay, we're going to listen to that. And we're doing that in the face of a very real and present housing crisis. And I don't think that it will preclude other work from going forward. I think other work is in process right now. I do want to correct the record, though. This is not a comprehensive look at Title 21. This ordinance specifically is a consolidation of only residential zones. The next work of the home initiative, should this come back to us and pass in the future, will be to look at dimensional and design standards for each of those zones, and then what are the permitted uses. So it's a very targeted, this is a targeted, moderate approach we got here because of a conversation that was opened by this body. This is not a sweeping overhaul. This is, okay, we can look to our adopted plans and from that determine a simpler way forward. Thank you.
Thanks, I have myself in the
Mr.
queue.
Constant?
Thank you. And this is one of those funny circumstances, like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So the standard process for Title 21 review is it goes to Planning and Zoning Commission. And so the original item that they introduced waived that, right? So waived that step. And so what this motion to refer does is actually just restores it back to what the code says has to happen. And that is what the community I've talked to has asked for on such big changes, is give it that step. And so I just want to say it's funny because the members would have appreciated probably waiving planning and zoning and let's just do this because we can, but because of concerns from the community, that's not the way we're going. Instead, the question is, shall we send it to planning and zoning? So that whole kind of, it's a rabbit hole, it's going in circles, tautology. But the reality is, we heard from the planning director when we had a work session last week that he does need help with staffing, and it's not just for this one item. It's for this aggressive tack that the Assembly has started to take on sending substantial Title 21 revisions back to planning and zoning. And I think that there is some great care we need to take when we make it to the budget discussions next month and the following month to ensure we put our money where our mouth is and not just send work to people who are already doing the best they can to stay above the surface. And so I, for one, am extremely grateful that this is going to go through a review of planning and zoning. They will help call out items that we might not otherwise see, help to concentrate the community comments into meaningful and usable recommendations so that when we do act, it's fully reviewed. So I support the amendment and the motion. Ms. Branca?
So if planning and zoning looks over this and they are short-staffed and it takes them longer than the June, it would just be extended longer. And then my other question is, or my other thought is, if they felt like this was not the route they wanted to go, are they able to squash it, or is it something that they're just reviewing?
Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you. So planning and zoning is advisory to the Assembly, so they can only make a recommendation. They can add, subtract, and so we've provided some direction in saying we definitely want you to look and provide that direction around comp plan and land use plan amendments if they're necessary. And then with regard to, I think we need to make a distinction between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Planning Department. So the Planning Department is understaffed like every municipal department because of vacancies. And whether or not they decide to issue a report about this to the Planning and Zoning Commission is up to them. They do sometimes, but this is a unique situation where this is assembly-led and not planning department-led. So how they choose to engage in this will be up to them before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then the commission sits regularly, and this gives them plenty of time to calendar it, account for public testimony, and any work they want to do on it.
Mr. Gates put himself in the queue. Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I would just add one point to Ms. Bronga's question, and that's our municipal code has a process for Title 21 amendments to go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, which this is being referred to. And in our code, that process says the Planning and Zoning Commission has a hearing, then they have 60 days to forward recommendations to the Assembly. The Assembly is supposed to wait for that, but after 60 days, the Assembly doesn't need to wait any longer. You can go ahead and act without the recommendations. So I think that was your question. Can we go ahead? You can go ahead if it's 60 days after they had their hearing.
All right. So I guess everyone in the queue has spoken. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say I still remain concerned about using the finite resource that is time and staff. However, with that, recognizing that we have, it appears to be the intent to move forward this, I would like to move Salt Johnson Amendment number 1.
I'm sorry, amendments are not allowed at this time. We closed the public hearing. Continue the public hearing. The public hearing has to complete before amendments are allowed. So what you can do, though, is request that your amendments be forwarded with the package to the Planning and Zoning Commission for their review. So this is not the debate or the process to take on those issues.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
So, but for sure, you can ask, and that can be part of the process. All right. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to be really clear about the situation we're in and why it's coming this direction is, often Title 21 text amendments arise out of the planning department. And this didn't happen that way. And that's okay, because there's two different ways to make policy around land use. One is from the planning department, and one is from the policymaking body. And so I understand the concern about the resources within the planning and the planning department. However, that shouldn't be something that stops policy work to address a major issue within our community. And I have seen every other department have to kind of step up and meet the needs or come and ask if they need additional capacity assistance. And so I want to just be really clear that we should still be able to execute on our legislative function in the environment in which we have, because we also get to capacity and items keep coming from the other direction. So it's a matter of making sure that we're all working together to address common goals and aims. And all I've heard us talk about for the last 6, 7, 8 months is a housing crisis. And so I think the question will become, how long does Planning and Zoning Commission need to really take this up, and what will their work plan be? And I think it's still an open question of who's going to present this to them. Will it be the planning department, or will it possibly be the sponsors? Because we don't know, because we usually aren't in this position where the planning department didn't write it. Thank you.
So I have Mr. Salt who hasn't spoken. He's thank you, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So I would like to make that request on the record that Salt Johnson Amendments 1 and 2 are also referred to the Planning Department for them to consider. Thank you.
Yep, no problem there. Mr. Volland. Was that it, Mr. Salt?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Member Zalatil for reaffirming our role as policymakers. My experience in the time that I've been elected on this body is that there's been a very collaborative relationship between the Assembly and the Planning Department, and I'm very thankful for that. And there have been many things, the Assembly is on a path because there's a need in our community to address housing, but a lot of the stuff, a lot of the reforms that have come before us have been initiated by the Planning Department. The ADU ordinance, for instance, and the Assembly amended that. we broke apart the parking reform piece out of a pre-existing document that the planning department initiated, that site access document that we just passed, AO 2023-50 about site access. Well, that was originally part of a larger package, and then I went to the planning department and said, I want to go bolder with the parking stuff. And so they worked with us. They formed a working group. There's other legislation that the planning department has been very gracious in forming working groups with the assembly. So those conversations are happening. But I think that there is a role for us to lead. And the question we have to ask is, are we elected by our constituencies to take our marching orders from the planning department? Or do we as policymakers get to weigh in and say, we're hearing loud and clear the needs from our community, and we're going to take bold steps to address it. And can we be in the driver's seat? And I think, I'm imagining this as like we're on a road trip with the planning department, a road trip to more housing, and it's going to work best if we both take turns alternating the driver's seat, and we're working together. So anyway, I hope you will support this. And it is going to be work, but it does not impact industrial zoning, commercial zoning. It's not I want to be very clear, this is not a complete Title 21 rewrite. It's very tailored to residential only. Thank you.
All right, so I have myself in the queue briefly again. Two things. One is I did check with the planning staff, and they said the Planning and Zoning Commission has availability in December. And so, to me, the threshold or the timeline is not so far out that this looks to threaten the bandwidth of that commission. December is actually pretty soon. And second, I just want us all to be really clear. We are the stewards of the code. That is one of our main jobs, the budget and the code, and appointments and elections. These are our functions. And so Title 21 is the code. Title 21 is ours to drive. It is not the department's to drive. And they implement the policies that we set. And so this is a case where the assembly is driving if this is adopted. And in that sense, whether or not I like what's in it, I like this because this is our role. Squarely, 100%, and I really honor that. So I urge your support of the motion to continue the public hearing. Ms. Brawley, hopefully the last one.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and I won't belabor this much further, but I just want to be clear because, in addition to the code itself, the municipalities' policies are guided by our 2020 comprehensive plan. So we've talked a lot about the land use plan, which has a lot of details, but I think it's also helpful to go back, and I would encourage the Planning and Zoning Commission and other folks to go back to this plan as we embark on this process. And I'll just briefly quote two goals. First is under general land use, quote, a forward-looking approach to community growth and redevelopment, a forward-looking approach. This was written in 2001. And the second one is housing. This was a goal in the plan for housing, a balanced, diverse supply of affordable, quality housing located in safe and livable neighborhoods with amenities and infrastructure that reflects Anchorage's varied social, cultural, and physical environment. And so I look forward to the Planning Department, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the public really reflecting on how we implement the goals in our comprehensive plan. And I believe that this process and taking the time to go through it and compare our current code with those goals is going to get us to a better place than where we are today with our current Title 21. Thanks.
All right, seeing and hearing nobody else, the amendment is to continue the public hearing to June 11th, 2024 with referral to Planning and Zoning Commission. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the AO 2023-87 plus the amendment suite that came with it have been referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission and will be back before us for a continued public hearing on June the 6th, June the 11th, 2024. So next we move, we have one more land use item, 14H. Again, it's the intent of the sponsors to refer the item to Planning and Zoning Commission for return to the Assembly for public hearing, November 21, 2023. AO 2023-92, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, subsection 21.040.30B, B1A Local and Neighborhood Business District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open.
Move to continue the public hearing to November 21, 2023, and refer to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
There's been a motion to refer and continue the public hearing to November 21st, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This item we conferred with the planning department, and they gave us the date of November 21, 2023. So it's expected that this can move that quickly. Thank you.
Don't see anyone in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Bronga, how do you vote?
Thank you. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes. AO 2023-92 has been referred to Planning and Zoning and is expected back for a continued public hearing on November 21, 2023. Now we move into our quasi-judicial items. These items are generally liquor or alcohol licenses. Thank you, Mr. Terrell. And we will now have before us item 15A, AR 2023-308, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of a beverage dispensary license number 4847 for Hot Quarter Grill, DBA Table 6.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. There's a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel and is seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'd like to move a floor amendment on page 2 at line 39 to add a bullet that says review of the special land use permit and confirmation of its effect, period.
Second. So that was moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So this packet, it's interesting. This is a reinstatement of a license at a business that had existed. It's been dormant for a number of years, and usually when something's been dormant for a number of years, the special land use permit will expire or go dormant and not be valid. This packet says the special land use permit is okay. We tried to reach Mr. McLaughlin, the expert in these things, and he is not available. So we just want to confirm that before the protest does go to AMCO to make sure it's accurate. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I'm going to speak slightly differently than that. In the same vein, I did speak with Mr. McLaughlin. So the issue here is that Table 6 closed 3.5 years ago, 3 years ago, and a special land use permit expires after a year of non-operation. The planning department really wants to help these licensees to maintain their assets, and so I would hope that if we submit this conditional protest, it's not used by AMCO or any other entity to dissolve this license, that we would come with a working situation. But the reality is, under any read of the code, whether it's the old code or the new alcohol code that's going into effect in 2 weeks, the special land use permit can't exist. There is now a FedEx Kinko's Express print shop in the space that used to be the restaurant. And so the amendment, the intent of this amendment is to just signal through the conditional protest that we recognize something's not quite right and we want to work towards figuring out a solution. Normally what we would see in one of these scenarios is a transfer to a no premises license. so it wouldn't need a special land use permit. And so it could be that AMCO comes back and says, well, we want to let them have this with this special land use permit designation, and then we'll have them apply for a no premises application. It might be that we need to work that out with them, but as it's written right now, the document cannot be true. And so what we're adding to this is that please look at that section of your review and work with AMCO. So I urge your support. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none on the amendment. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, the amendment is passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-308 has passed the body. Madam Clerk, I've just asked if the licensing clerk has any questions. I can help her. We want to make sure we're not communicating. We want them to lose this license. Thank you. Item 15B, AR 2023-309, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new restaurant eating place license number 6150 with restaurant designation permit for Rafaelitos LLC, DBA Rafaelitos.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-309 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, AR 2023-310, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of the restaurant eating place license number 5362 for William F. Hupai, DBA West Berlin Restaurant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-310 has passed the body. Next up, we have item 15D, AR 2023-315, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 6141 for Costco Wholesale Corporation, DBA Costco Business Center number 1661.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? None at all. Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Oh, I see Ms. Branca. Go ahead.
So I'm really confused as to why a Costco business store needs a packaged liquor store. And I know that the Muldoon corridor is pretty full of alcohol establishments and marijuana shops, and I don't really see how this is going to benefit my area.
Sure. So I don't know if that was a question, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that this establishment, from its application, plans to sell alcohol to businesses who then sell it retail, like in restaurants. So this will be taking this business traffic to this Costco over at Tacotnu versus having it necessarily run through the north side Costco or the south side Costco, which is already happening. Thank you.
He took himself. I think you. Go ahead, Ms. Braun. Go ahead. You want to go back? Go ahead.
So on line 6, it says sales, service, and consumption, there's something about dispensing, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages and storage, preparation, sale. Kind of sounds like they're serving it, but...
Ms. Bronga, that's not what I'm familiar with for a packaged liquor store license. It's a lot like a brown chug. Okay.
Yeah, and I put myself in the queue. This is an interesting conversation, and I think maybe at some point we might want a legal briefing on this for new members. In some ways, these applications, if there aren't real concrete things that would establish that they are a bad operator or some form of negative impact that's very concrete, AMCO will take our position and determine it's arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. In some ways, we have an affirmative duty to accept as fact their claims, and if there's no other facts, it's really our job to say yes. And that's not to say any member can't vote no, because you always have your authority, but it's an interesting conversation at some point we should talk about, because people have a right to do business. And unless there's a concrete demonstrated history, we don't have ground to stand on. And so, with that said, I do believe this is just a standard Costco liquor store that will be like any of the other Costco liquor stores, in the sense that they will have a space, and it's mostly for business customers who will come in and do their business. Now, the state, and we are having this conversation now, is making substantial changes to the alcohol code, and we are following suit, which is actually going to allow service in package stores as samples. And so it's a very interesting and almost brave new world. But in DC, I was there, they did allow that, and it wasn't bad. And so that doesn't speak to the conflict of too many uses and all of those things. But in some ways, if there isn't a history of some negative activity, it's hard for us to not authorize these items. So, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add on to what Mr. Constant said, first, a package store allows off-site sales, meaning you can purchase it, you have to go off the property to consume it, and they don't sell, and at this time don't offer free samples. One of the pieces Mr. Constant was referring to that is not in place now and therefore not in this application is allowing free sampling, which has a requirement for an endorsement. So this body and the community will start seeing those. I can't speak to whether Costco intends to, but at this time, this is really for selling off-site. And even that sampling endorsement does not allow sales the way you would have at a bar. It's really just small free samples, less than a shot. And certainly we can have a lot more conversation about alcohol licensing, and I look forward to that. Thanks.
So, and these quasi-judicial processes are very interesting, and I previously said we do need to schedule a time to discuss and understand what it means that we're acting in a quasi-judicial manner, because it's different than our legislative function, and it's really based on the record before us. It's very different. So I think I have done you a disservice by not having that training, and so we got to get that figured out. That said, now the item is before us. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, AR 2023-315 has passed the body. Next, we have AR 2023-316, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 757 for Three Bears, Alaska, Inc., DBA Bears Den Liquor.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Yes.
Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Hi, my name is Joan Travestino. I'm Vice President of Business Development for Three Bears. The background behind this request has to do with the Spadard Building Supply Building in Eagle River, which hasn't been in use for a number of years. And through Three Bears and the partners it's working with, we came to an arrangement to find an economic use of this building. and that's what's behind this. I wanted you all to know it's late. So I'm here to answer questions.
You have a question? Go ahead. Okay. So I do have a question. It's very impertinent, and you can tell me, no, you're not going to answer it. But there's a lot of conversation about a merger of major grocery chains. And there's very few grocery stores that still exist in the state, especially local grocery stores. So probably not germane to answer or good, but I sure hope you're looking at that conversation closely.
Yes, we've been following that conversation closely for over a year.
All right, thank you. That's all my question is. Thanks. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none. We'll go ahead and move on. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jeff Brady. I'm a resident of Eagle River. Tonight, I want to thank you all for hearing me, and I want to thank the municipality of Anchorage, the planners, and the staff that have been taking my questions. I hope to plan to demonstrate that the Three Bears and its developer are not a good neighbor for the surrounding neighborhoods and for Eagle River. First, there was no planning and the lack of greater Eagle River and community engagement. We have 5 liquor stores already. This will be our 6th. Well, there is a Fred Meyer liquor store 276 yards from the entrance of the liquor store. We have 5 gas stations already. One is already a Shell. This one's supposed to be a Shell. Shell is not, it's not affordable, right? The Fred Meyers, the Costco, those are affordable gasolines. They're premium gasolines. There's 176 yards to the Fred Meyers gasoline across the road. Eagle River needs more services, businesses, and restaurants. Second, the lack of Brandywine community engagement, which I live in. The landscape changes along Rachel Avenue drastically changed the character of the neighborhood. The awning of the gas station is unsightly. The developer seems unaware that people live in the view shed of the gas station. The convenience stores are an attractive nuisance for children, teens, and less desirable elements. Middle-class neighborhood, which is Brandywine, has a significant number of young families. There are 2 bus stops, one about 46 yards away from the entrance of the liquor store, and one 300 yards away. Third, the traffic congestion. Left turns out of the westernmost egress of the new site, the former SBS building, are dangerous in good weather. Eastbound Northgate slopes up, slick in winter, and deteriorates during breakup. Northgate and Old Glen is one of the busiest intersections in Eagle River and is accident prone. The data provided by Orion LaCroix of the Alaska Department of Transportation shows that the original submission was based on traffic impact analysis done in 2018, and it was without a gas station. The email I have from Chris Langley, who was a traffic engineer from the municipality of Anchorage, told me that the change request to add the gas station was submitted afterwards and was approved by the municipality of Anchorage without traffic review sign-off until August of 2023. The gas station changes the site plan and changes those traffic counts. In closing, some characteristics of a good neighbor, in my opinion, are showing responsibility, empathy, and trust. Because the Three Bears and its developer have exhibited a lack of engagement, apathetic changes to the character of the neighborhood, and use of outdated traffic impact analysis numbers, I feel they can't be trusted with something like a liquor license for this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is my first time in about 31 years living in Eagle River that I've been to an assembly meeting live, and you guys work long and hard. My name is Lorelei Hass, and again, I too am a resident of the Brandywine subdivision, and my concerns with the Three Bears coming into the area certainly echo some of Mr. Grady's. One of the big concerns is that we are a neighborhood with a lot of young families in it. We constantly see kids walking up and down Rachel Avenue, and the Three Bears planning and the zoning is such that there was, I believe, supposed to be some sort of requirement for some sort of fencing or setback to shield the store from the residential neighborhood. However, from what I understand, Three Bears is planning to actually tear down a very large type of fencing that was a solid fencing that Spenard Builders Supply had in place as part of shielding their business from the residential community for as long as I can remember. Again, I'm sort of saddened and confused as to why Three Bears wouldn't want to keep that shielding in place, especially with a business like a gas station that's going to be brightly lit and open for long hours during the day. And again, having that shielding seems like it was a good way to kind of block egress traffic in and out of there from having people who are pedestrians that use that road quite frequently. So if holding their feet to the fire with the whole liquor licensings helps them maybe reconsider these things and engage with the community that lives there, I would love to see that. I don't know, as Mr. Conson says, you can't stop business from conducting business, so I don't know how much pull that has, but I appreciate being heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, all of Anchorage. As I recently started driving cab, Eagle River is an area that I travel through, as well as now that I also live out towards the area of Chugiak. From the little conversation here, I can understand where the homeowners are feeling what they're feeling. And to put that to the equation of where the rest of Anchorage is, as the council has mentioned, if there's no need to show that a business is not responsible one way or the other, that they can't stand in the way of it. I've mentioned something about marijuana last time and was told that, it's a betterment of business, a betterment of environment area. As Eagle River is continuously growing and we're becoming more and more between big town and big city, Eagle River is a suburb of Anchorage. Growth is going to happen, and as Anchorage has its own problems with vagrants, Eagle River has not even begun to see the level that Anchorage has. It's going to happen. That's where I'm standing here now. That's where I've come to this year. Stand up here and start speaking about homeless, about vagrants, about issues. I've got 27 years in this town, in the downtown area, in the midtown area, Spenard area. So I welcome you guys to remember, as we grow them with businesses in Eagle River and Chugiak area, that vagrants is going to follow. Homeless is going to follow. People are going to be there. So being aware of what businesses we do approve from the homeowner standpoint has merit, to the merit of the fact that, well, people like their spirits and more business does bring more jobs. We are already in a position where we don't have enough workers for the jobs that we have. So I don't envy you guys in your decision of one way or the other. I'm proud to say that you guys have a lot of education in a lot of different ways, and the diversity is wonderful to see. So I don't say against or for on this, but I do say, remember, as our city is growing and the municipality is growing and the metropolitan area that we are becoming, all of these things are a factor when we need to look at businesses, not only for the here and now, not only for 5 years from now, but that 30-year range. Have a good night.
We can't have you testify again in the public hearing, but if you wait, some folks might have questions for you when we close the public hearing. So anyone else, public, want to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I actually have the floor, so I'm going to go ahead and ask.
Mr. Constant?
Would you come on back up, ma'am? I have a question for you. So I was looking through the packet, and often there's like a little page that says the petitioner met with the community council. Did you meet with the community council and have a briefing with them?
Yes, Three Bears did a presentation to the community council on September 14th. There were 30 to 40 people in attendance. And the points that I've heard this evening were not presented during the community council. So this is the first time that Three Bears has heard about these particular concerns raised from the community.
All right, thank you. That's helpful information. Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for her as well. I apologize, I forget your name. I was unfortunately out of town for that community council meeting, but I did have some people call me, and it's my understanding that they are putting a privacy fence back up. Is that correct? Between Brandywine subdivision and the Three Bears establishment?
I'm not prepared to speak on the privacy fence because this is the first time that I've heard about it, so I can get the information tomorrow and report on it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? All right, thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Brady?
You have the floor.
He has a... I understand you were at the community council, Mr. Brady?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Which is strange because I don't remember hearing about it. I heard about it afterwards on the next door. But I did look at the plans for the landscape design, and they are putting a privacy fence. It's about a 6-foot fence with slats, and they are doing a landscape treatment. But as we all know, it's going to be about 20 years before that landscape treatment matures. And before it retains even a fraction of a 30-foot wall that runs along Rachel Avenue. So it is not a apples for apples. I've talked to the city planner, and he went through the plans with me. And so he had to request a new full-size version because what they had sent was 11 by 17. And it was very difficult because I had questions about whether or not there was enough buffering to actually plant these plants and to follow the details in the landscape plan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The question is approval of special land use permit.
Member Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, AR 2023-316 has passed the body. That concludes our business agenda. Next, we have audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Again, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. Trans female, 13 years. I'm here tonight to reach out to about 200 to 500 young Alaskans. They are known as our Alaskan trans kids. I want them to know I'm proud to share the oddness that we have in life. I am proud Alaskan. I'm a proud trans Alaskan woman. I'm sorry the system has chosen to take away your sports in school. I encourage that you continue to support your friends becoming better at their sport that you shared in school. When you can challenge them to make better at their sport, you better yours even if it's the same. We all need a support team. These are your friends, but know your validation of who you are is not a sport or a team validation. It is you yourself. You are different from them. Sometimes we have to accept that. Not worse, not better, not different. You are still you, and I validate that as awesome and beautiful. You are beautiful. Be you for you. It is the right thing for you. Stay strong. Don't change anyone. Don't let anyone change you. It's your life. Live it. Show them yourself. You are strong. You are awesome. At sports and in living, find enjoyment, no matter what other people think. I share this for a brief moment as we are the 25th state to taking away the ability for trans students that are going through their own unique thing, or students in general, against sharing the gender they may be becoming. I understand to everybody, trans issues are a confusing thing. But I ask yourself, whenever you guys talk about any and all situations, to include all parties. I do not believe our school district, our state legislate, or even yourselves has ever asked a transgender in on a conversation like this. I have lived 13 years of severe, diverse opinions, diverse life, 30 years in my mind before I decided to take on the embarkment of becoming my true authentic self. And one of the most despicable things I hear all the time is people come up and tell me, I'm proud of your choice. Well, let me tell you, this is my story. This is my choice. At 2010, it was to swallow a bullet and be done with it, or live as the woman I'm becoming. To go on to further educate a little bit more for my 30 seconds, I identify as a trans woman. I've learned, but for the most part, blessed are the women that are more understanding of feelings. Basically, remember, when we're talking about trans issues and gender, think of it like this: as the trans woman I am, I'm an oval. Women are circles. Men are squares. Trans men are rectangles. One way the shape could fit into another shape. That's why we use the gender pronouns we do. That's why the psychological world, or the world of psychiatric, says we must live in the roles that we're moving to. Please learn more.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Irene Quidno, West Anchorage. I found the arguments that I heard tonight quite interesting. AO 2023-90. There's nothing new in it. Well, then why do we have the ordinance? If everything is already there, why did we have to have a new ordinance? Mr. Martinez, you said that this is not to be taken adversarial, but positive. While you were cutting off Mr. Junior, the equity officer, while he was answering your question, I find that adversarial. For the new members for you here on the Assembly, there was plenty of non-transparency of this body and working things in the dark. Since 2020, since I started attending, so I find it interesting that they keep saying, oh, transparency is so important when they couldn't abide by it themselves. Lastly, I want to talk about the resolution that you did about the welcoming city. I share the concerns of the administration about the organization that's behind that. I went to their website, and they keep talking mostly about immigrants, but you can't find anything that defines which immigrants they're talking about. And so I looked on their website in the resources, and under the resources it says, on August 29th, Welcoming America, Build from Within Alliance and Immigrants Rising hosted this webinar for all business support organizations, welcoming initiatives and others who want to learn more about programs and strategies that provide capital access and business planning services to undocumented immigrant entrepreneurs and business owners. So they're talking about illegal immigrants. I have a problem with that. And I'm not the only one, because the mayor of New York, I quote the New York Post, Mayor Eric Adams raged on Friday that the ongoing surge of migrants into the Big Apple has destroyed the city, as he delivered his most impassioned plea yet to the Biden administration for help dealing with the flow of immigrants into the city. So becoming a welcoming city, I have major concerns. Lastly, they also promote policy changes. And one of the things I found when I Googled welcoming cities, it says Chicago is a welcoming city that prioritizes serving and protecting all Chicagoans. The city's welcoming city ordinance protects undocumented residents by restricting city agencies from cooperating and sharing information with federal immigration authorities. So that is of great concern to me.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
There we go. Hi, my name's Terry Drake of District 2. I got 3 observations for you I've made here in the past week. One, this last Thursday I talked to Parks and Rec along Chester Creek Trail. They were there cleaning up a homeless camp. I asked them what they had for personal protection. Gloves. That was it. Nobody carries Narcan. Why is that? The other observation I made at the same time, there's no hazmat training for any of these people. I've walked so many of these camps and stepped over so much fentanyl. You need to get these guys some training. Chris. Okay, observation number 2, and this is for Meg and Rivera. Did you know right outside of a Tudor Elementary School within 30 feet is a homeless camp that has fentanyl all over it? Needles everywhere. 30 feet. There's probably 10, 12 campers back there. The one I saw today, he was passed out, barely breathing. So you guys need to take care of that. ASD won't. The parents have called ASD, and because it's only 30 feet outside the fence, they can't do anything about it. So it's your guys' responsibility to take care of that. And observation number 3, and then I'll get out of here and let everybody else share. You know, George, I spent a lot of time at that 10th Avenue camp behind Walmart, and for you to claim you actually had that camp taken out is false. I spent a lot of time there. Other than the camp cleanup on Naldune and 11th, I never saw you. You were never there. One other question I have is, what happened to the guy who was fencing the equipment behind Walmart? No one can give me a straight answer, not even the chief. Yeah, I asked Chief Curl last time I was here. Couldn't give me an answer. I don't know what happened to this guy. But on my way out of here, I believe he's moved over to another location. I'm going to go check it out on my way back home. But I plead with you guys, get the crew cleaning up the camps some training. If not, you're going to kill somebody. A friend of mine is a security and literally reached into a pocket and damn near died. He went into cardiac arrest immediately, fentanyl. And if you guys don't start cleaning up these camps next to the schools, you're going to have dead kids. Thank you. You guys got any questions? Pretty good idea. Nope. No, I kind of figured not, Chris. You don't want to talk to me. You never do.
Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
That was a little humor there for him. I enjoyed it. Hey, regaining my composure, I'm Ronald Leva, adjacent property owner to Brother Francis Shelter, and a little housekeeping. It took me a long time to get that clock installed, and it's rude, condescending, and it inhibits the freedom of speech when you cut them off so quickly. Now, they can see the clock here, but at a public meeting at City Hall, it's been months, if not a year, since I asked Felix, who's not paying attention, to get a clock, and I offered to finance it, because I think it's really an embarrassment when you interrupt and cut them off, and they can't summarize. So if you can get a clock there, that'll be good. Also, I noticed, and if you can count, there's more security guards out here than there is attendants. I don't get that. You try to get security at the old Native Hospital, you get 1. You got 8 here. I mean, are you packing, Chris? Can you protect us all? So, little housekeeping. That's kind of a big expense, and when I see that much security and see no threats, because half the women, there are women out there. So let's get on to Ms. Bradley. You asked about the shelter, that if there was less problems there with a lower population. No, there isn't. The good neighbor policy, there's no bite in it. When you give them a license, there's no bite. They don't have to report anything or make any changes. So when I get broke into from their side of the fence, and I went over with the good neighbor policy, we have a member of the Fairview Community Council, nothing happened 3 times. So they're coming in from that side. No, I didn't sew up the fence the last time, because I'm just going, hey, they're going to get in again. But this brings me to tomorrow's meeting for the contract for auctioneering that I have with this city. 20 points of that is in regard to the security and the basic comfort zone of having items consigned to me. Now, if I lose that 20 points, it's on municipal items that I have to protect. Sadly, when we picked them up from Fairbank Street, that's Fleet, the police cars were broken into. Over here at People Mover, the car was vandalized, a woman was sleeping in there, drug paraphernalia all over, but yet I have to bring them in my lot, and I'm going to be evaluated for security. So in summary, if I may, buy my land, pay me the money of the difference in the purchases, and hey, I'll be able to work with you.
All right.
Any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Aleva.
Could you write that check and I'll fill in the numbers?
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Bill Baxter, and I feel like we need moose habitat, winter habitats around Anchorage in the state. And when I went snow machining up on Hampers Pass, I saw moose dying when I was a kid, and I just feel like we should have moose habitats in Anchorage and in the state more. When I worked for the state as a forestry mechanic, I welded teeth on a stir fire, they call it, and what it was is it tears up the ground, so it makes better moose habitat. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your refreshing perspective. All right, James, last one. Oh, we got a phone call for someone. James, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah, I got it.
Hi, James Thornton, Fairview Community Council. Really fast, just had to second what the gentleman said about the hazmat situation out there. We're going to be clearing a lot of camps. There's going to be a lot of leftovers. I've seen it myself. Over 200 pieces of these tin foil with the brown smudges where kids are riding their bikes. I mean, it's just, we definitely, I'm sure you guys are already dealing with it, already talking about it, but there's a major hazmat situation out there, and I have to second what he said on that, so please make sure we're following up on that. Thank you so much all for your service and your time.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Turner isn't at the phone. Could we call the gentleman on the call list? Hello, Mr. Cansier, I think. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We have you signed up for final audience participation.
Yes.
All right, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is you've got to do something about the homeless. I think that navigation center that Mayor Byer proposed, from the information that I get, is a real good complex. Something that I think the Assembly should think of. And I don't know where the Assembly is going. Initially, they just wanted to use the Golden Line Hotel. But Mayor Bronson objected to it. But then when he said, okay, go ahead, then the Assembly said no. So I don't know what the Assembly is thinking of, but you guys have to get your act together. The other thing is Mrs. Zalatel. How can she get money from the municipality through a nonprofit for taking care of the homeless, being executive director, coordination for the homeless, and be on assembly at the same time? She should resign from either one, or I think both of them, in my opinion. The other thing is, I've been living in the Muldoon area since 1980. There is no recreation center here like there is in Spenard or Fairview. Why? Why don't we have a recreation center here? You give money to a lot of other people. The lady, I can't remember her name, it's a foreign sounding name, gave her $1 million. She was supposed to spend it on the homeless. She built a bunch of businesses for herself. That's not right. Do something. Do something. And final word for Mayor Bronson, soilless, illegitimate, non-carborundum.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Yep, have a good evening.
Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Wade-Gonzalez. Next, we will move, if there's no one else to be heard, on to Assembly member comments. Mr. Myers.
No additional comments.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
No additional comments.
Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. A couple comments. So first is, public policy is a living, breathing thing. It needs to be nimble, and I think that is great. I'm actually already talking to members of the administration about one possible implementation hiccup of the ordinance that we approved, AO 2023-90. It's all part of the process. So looking forward to talking with you all more about that. Second, one of the great things about welcoming Anchorage is that we really have morphed the ideas that are presented in Welcoming America to meet our needs, to meet our community, our history, and our people. And, for folks who weren't involved with it, there were lengthy discussions about what welcoming Anchorage should look like for Anchorage. And so I'm looking forward to continuing that work with the certified welcoming process to talk about what that process should look like for Anchorage. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca.
Nothing to add.
Mr. Johnson.
No comments.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight, Member Solt and I had been prepared to introduce a short-term rental registration ordinance, and we know we had many constituents who are waiting for that introduction with a public hearing set. We hope to get that introduced by the first meeting in October. It had a last-minute hiccup, so I just wanted to make sure that folks were aware of that. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Three Bears in Eagle River, Costco off Muldoon, Hot Quarter Grill in Midtown, best black and prime. Dude, that's awesome. That's inspiring when I see great businesses like growing in Anchorage. Like, I love approving those projects because we need more businesses instead of seeing things shut down. I love it. Thanks.
Thank you. Somebody's missing. Ms. Briley.
No additional comments.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to speak just briefly to the item earlier that we were discussing related to the Chief Equity Officer. I really want to thank Mr. Martinez for his comments, particularly about how it's an opportunity and that there's a much appreciation for what the Chief Equity Officer has done over the period of time that he's been in his position, building relationships, getting out into community, and doing some really important work. The piece that's missing is the piece where we are understanding with data where we can make substantial changes in our policies and our allocation of resources. And so having real data that tells us where systemic inequities, and I think one of the things that stood out to me is I'm not sure there's a common understanding of what that even means. So I think, we might want to seriously think about providing some information to both the Assembly and to the administration on what systemic inequities is. We're talking about policies. We're talking about built-in systems that are perpetuating oppression in our city. So it may be helpful for us to do some learning about that, but I just want to say that I think it's an opportunity for us both to have somebody who's out there connecting with community and having really good data that we can use to make policy decisions moving forward. So just want to appreciate that. Have a good night, everyone.
Mr. Salt.
No additional comments. Good night.
Thank you. Not sure where Mr. Vaughn stepped off to. And I just, for my part, will say we heard from two testifiers that the Assembly should be providing Narcan kits and out doing hazmat training. We heard from the administration, that's not your lane, but we didn't hear it in the context of those things. And so for those of you who continue to demand that it's the Assembly's job to provide those things, we have provided funding. We provide every time we're asked for the support. We are not the ones who can implement that. We have provided sections of the code that allow for abatement near schools that are more robust than the abatement policies in other parts of town. Because of just the circumstance we heard about, 30 feet from a school, there's a problem. That is not the Assembly's job. We do not go out and abate camps. So I want to dispel, again, this mythology that the Assembly is the one implementing these policies. It is the Assembly who drafts and funds these policies. It is the executive branch whose responsibility it is to ensure the safety and security of the neighborhoods. I want to say that again. It is the administration's responsibility. They have the police department. They have the fire department. They have the health department. They continue to hammer to us. We can't even talk and ask for a report from an office if they don't want it. At least that's how they think. But the reality is, it's their job. And we're here to fund it and support it. And we do every single meeting. I want folks to hear that because it is so tiring. On that note, everybody have a good evening.
Move to adjourn.
Second.